Good evening, everybody, and welcome to this meeting of the Planning and Development Council of the Town of Oakville. Madam Clerk, we have regrets from Councillor Sanju. And everybody, I think we'll take a couple of minutes to make sure that everybody has navigated the tricky problem of logging on through Zoom. I've got a good gallery of pictures here, and it looks like everybody's here, so maybe we can go ahead. The next thing I'll do is I'll ask council if there are any declarations of pecuniary interest. And Madam Clerk, I see none. We now need two of you to move and second the proceeding into a committee of the whole session. Councillor Dudek and Councillor Lischina, thank you for being so quick. Any objection? Madam Clerk, no objection is showing, and so we are resolved now into a committee of the whole. Councillor Dudek has requested that in addition to the consent items, we also carry or move the heritage items 9, 10, and 11. And so, Councillor Dudek, let me try this. You're moving the consent items 1 and 2, and the heritage items 9, 10, and 11, and the confidential consent items C1. And is there any objection? Madam Clerk, there's no objection, and the motion carries. Thank you, everybody. The next item is the first public hearing item. We have a lot of delegations lined up tonight, so we're going to have we're going to give the public participation feature of Zoom a big workout. So if anybody is watching the live stream of this meeting on oakville.ca who wishes to speak to this item, now is your cue to call 905-815-6095 so that we can connect you to the meeting. You'll be called upon to speak following the registered delegations. So the first part of this item will be a presentation from Lee Musson, our senior planner. Lee, we and the public are looking forward to your summary. And I'll just, while you set up, I'll mention that this is a public meeting report. In our procedure, this is not a decision on this file. This is a collect public opinion and reaction to this file session. A decision will be made later when staff come back with a recommendation report, having considered everything that they hear tonight from the public and from the members of council. Ms. Musson, you have the floor.
Can technical staff bring their presentation up? Good evening, Mayor Burton, members of council. This evening you'll find my staff report on page 25 of your agenda. I'm here to present an application submitted by Kamado Holdings to amend the zoning bylaw to permit the development of a 21-story 214-unit rental apartment building. The purpose of tonight's meeting is to introduce the application to council and the public and to obtain any further comments as related to this application. The site is municipally known as 1226 and 1230 White Oaks Boulevard and 350 Linwood Drive. The subject lands are approximately 1.9 hectares in area with approximately 130 meters of frontage on Linwood Drive and 270 meters of frontage on White Oaks Boulevard. Currently, the site is occupied by a 16-story rental residential building containing 126 dwelling units, a 12-story rental residential building containing 94 dwelling units, a 2-story office retail building, and an existing parking structure. The applicant intends to demolish the 2-story office retail building and construct a 21-story rental residential building with 2 levels of underground parking. The applicant also intends to remove the parking structure on the northeast corner of the site. Vehicular access is proposed to be maintained from Linwood Drive. The most westerly access on White Oaks Boulevard will also be maintained, and the westerly access of White Oaks Boulevard is proposed to be relocated further to the east. This slide is a breakdown of the key residential and parking statistics. The proposed 21-story building will contain 214 units, consisting of 89 one-bedroom units, 83 two-bedroom units, and 42 three-bedroom units. Again, the 16-story building will remain and contains 126 units, and the existing 12-story building will also remain, containing 94 units, giving a total of 434 rental units on the site. In terms of parking, 588 parking spaces are required. The applicant is providing 597 parking spaces, as well as 30 bicycle parking spaces. Of the parking being provided, 105 are visitor parking and 492 are resident parking. The applicant has indicated that 20% of the total parking spaces will be equipped with electric vehicle supply. The subject lands are located on the Trafalgar Road corridor, which serves as a major transportation link connecting the Midtown and Uptown Oakville growth areas and the GO Transit and Oakville bus terminals. To the north of the subject lands, detached dwellings 2 stories in height, beyond which are a mixture of residential buildings containing heights, consisting of heights between 6 and 21 stories, and commercial units. To the east of the subject lands, 2-story townhouse dwelling units exist, beyond which is the Morrison Creek Valley. To the south of the subject lands is Town Hall, and to the west is a 4-story medical building, beyond which is Trafalgar Road, and residential apartment buildings ranging in heights from 11 to 14 stories. Schedule A1, the urban structure of the livable Oakville plan, provides the basic structural elements for the town. A portion of the site is identified as nodes and corridors and is located close to a regional transit priority corridor. Trafalgar Road is designated as a high-order transit corridor as identified in the regional official plan. On Schedule I, central land use, the lands are designated high-density residential and are also located within the Trafalgar Road corridor. Section 26.3, Policies in the Livable Oakville Plan related to the Trafalgar Road corridor, states that the lands adjacent to Trafalgar Road provide a direct link between Midtown and Uptown and contains a number of vacant or underutilized sites that can be accommodated for transit supportive intensification. The boundary of the Trafalgar Road corridor is identified on the schedule, and large sites that are not wholly within Trafalgar Road corridor special study area boundary as identified on Schedule I shall be deemed to be within the policy area. A portion of this site is within the Trafalgar Road corridor, therefore it is deemed to be part of the policy area. Section 26.3.3 speaks to the density limits for lands in the Trafalgar Road corridor special policy area of a maximum of 300 units per site hectare. The proposed introduction of 214 residential units combined with the existing residential units will achieve a density of 229 units per site hectare, which is within the permitted density range. The subject lands are zoned RH, residential high, subject to special provision 65. The residential high zone permits apartment dwellings in addition to daycares, long-term care facilities, retirement homes, and accessory retail stores. Special provision 65 applies to the subject lands and also to the medical building property located at 1235 Trafalgar Road, directly west of the site. The special provision further identifies additional uses that are currently permitted on the subject lands to include neighborhood commercial uses and office uses, currently existing in the 2-story building proposed to be demolished. And in addition, special provision 65 also establishes a shared parking arrangement between the subject lands and the medical building. The applicant has indicated that they will continue to honor the shared parking arrangement. The applicant proposes to modify special provision 65 to facilitate the development of the lands to allow for the introduction of a third rental apartment building on the site. The requested modifications to the regulations relate to balcony projections, a continuous landscape strip adjacent to the medical building lands, location of stair and air vents, a reduction of front yard setback to White Oaks Boulevard and height, a detailed planning review of the merits of the proposed regulation modifications will be provided as part of the future recommendation report. An applicant hosted tenant information meeting on March 26, which was attended by approximately 40 existing tenants. Issues identified at that meeting included changes in rent, availability of units in the new building, and questions about construction in terms of noise, dust, and hours. A public information meeting was hosted by the applicant on April the 6th in 2019 that was attended by 6 residents, Ward 6 councillors, and Town of Oakville staff. Issues identified at that meeting related to shadow, traffic, and parking during construction. Planning staff have received 1 written submission, and that is included in Appendix C of tonight's staff report. Approximately 188 notices were distributed, including to the Residents Association. This slide reflects various matters identified by staff to date and will be addressed in the future recommendation report, such as consistency with the provincial policy statement, conformity with the growth plan, the regional official plan, and the Livable Oakville plan, appropriateness of the proposed development relative to the Livable Design Manual, including built form, building heights, scale and massing, shadow impacts, location of amenity areas, and appropriate separation distance between buildings. A review of the traffic impact study and the impacts to the existing road network, appropriateness of the overall parking on site, proposed and parking existing and the shared parking arrangement, appropriateness of the proposed zoning regulation modifications, an assessment of the proposed and existing internal vehicular and pedestrian connection, and any other additional items identified this evening by the public and council. In conclusion, staff put forward the following recommendation for council's consideration, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Council, do you have questions? Give me a second here to see the hands. Councillor Grant.
There we go. When it comes to parking, you're bringing down, or they are bringing down a parking structure. What happens with parking during construction for the people who are in the existing buildings?
Through your worship to the councillor, how the parking will be addressed during construction will be something we'll look at through the site plan process. I understand that the applicant has had discussions with the neighboring landowners, some of the buildings in the area, Sheridan College, Oakville Mall, to look at opportunities in order to accommodate parking during construction. Obviously, it would have to be looked at through the site plan process. And also, the applicant has indicated that there will be like a valet service available to the residents. And I guess the other item to take into consideration is phasing. So, the developer will have to explain how they're going to phase the development. Would the parking structure remain in place while the new building is being constructed and the two levels of underground parking constructed, which means some of the parking may not be offset as much as you would think if the parking structure came down initially. So those are items that we will be looking at through the site plan process.
Okay, I'm certain I'm not alone in the concern that people would have about parking on the side streets in that area. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grant. Councillor Chisholm.
There we go. My question is this, is that with this project or development going forward, we've had some challenges in the past with our own parking in our municipal building. And I would have a concern with respect to how we're going to strategize and how we're going to deal with the parking issue, because people look at that and say, oh, we have an empty parking lot at 7 o'clock at night, we can go over there and park. So I'm hoping that we have some kind of plan with respect to the municipal parking lot at Town Hall. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chisholm. Anyone else? Councillor Adams.
Thank you very much. I share the issues around the parking, particularly the issue around parking during construction. I understand the applicant might have been interested in approaching the town to determine if there was available space at Town Hall. Understanding, however, that we have use of the parking throughout the day and evenings, depending on the situation, that may not be feasible. I did ask a question of you earlier about bicycle parking. I recognize that they're comparing themselves to the south of Dundas requirements that max out at 30. However, I note that in North Oakville, the required parking for bicycles is way higher, and I think it would max out at 200 for this site if it was under that planning regime. Can we add the issue of sufficient bicycle parking to this location recognizing that it's within the Trafalgar corridor. There'd be access points to Sheridan College and down to the GO station as well. And so I'd like to understand whether the zoning that we have in the area is sufficient to deal with that, and whether that has an impact on their required car parking. If they had more bike parking, do they need the extra vehicle parking, for example? I note that you have raised many of the issues that were raised by residents, including things like the shadow impacts. And so I'm glad to see that that's covered. I understand you've got the traffic impact study work that still needs to be reviewed, and I appreciate that. So I think staff have caught many of the issues that were raised appropriately during the public meetings. I'm not sure if we've got some members of the public online tonight as well, but I look forward to that if that's the case.
Thank you, Councillor. The planning staff have been writing those down furiously. Councillor Lischina?
Thank you, Your Worship. Lee, can you just confirm at this point in time, they're not contemplating any commercial space on the main floor? Is that correct?
Through Your Worship to the councillor, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. If there's no one else, we'll turn to the public. Madam Clerk, do you want to call the first delegation?
First delegation speaking to this item is Stephanie Quast, and she does have a PowerPoint presentation.
Oh, this is going to be an interesting technical challenge.
Good evening, Mayor Burton and members of council. May I ask that the presentation be put on the screen?
So quickly, it's looked like almost instant service, I hope. Although I'm not seeing it yet. There. Is that it? Oh, I see. There's like a lag. Stephanie, do you see your presentation now?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
You're welcome. Go ahead, please.
So my name is Stephanie Quast. I'm a planner with Bousfields, and we are the applicant here for Kamado Holdings, who are the owners of this property that is the subject of the zoning bylaw amendment application that is before you. With me this evening are representatives from the Kamado team. We have Margaret Hurd from Kamado Holdings, Hector Tuminen, who is the project architect from Quadrangle Architects, and Peter Yu, our transportation consultant from WSP. I just want to begin by saying a few quick words about Kamado Holdings. They are a family-owned company that has been around for over 50 years, and they have owned this property for just over 30 years. Kamado specializes in providing mid-market rental housing in the GTA, which is a very much needed form of housing and is a top priority for the province and the region. Today, the cost of home ownership is significant, and as a result, there is a decreasing number of people who can afford to buy. They need to rent. This need for rental is recognized by every level of government. The government has also asked us at every level to optimize the use of land, not to spread out into the countryside, but to use land within the existing urban boundary and close to transit for intensification. This is the type of application that is before you tonight. Next. So as Lee described where the site is, and as everyone knows, it's directly adjacent to Town Hall, just to the north. You can see the existing 2 rental buildings there, as well as the 2-story office retail building and the at-grade parking structure in the northeast corner of the site. As Lee noted, there are 220 rental dwelling units on the site today, and no changes are proposed to those units. So they will remain, they are not to be demolished. Next. Here is an overview of the surrounding context. So I don't want to repeat too much of what Lee said, but essentially we know that there are institutional areas in the surrounding area in the orange, open space areas in the green, and then there are a number of tall buildings on the west side of Trafalgar, as well as further north along White Oaks, ranging in height up to 21 stories. Next. So this slide here shows the existing buildings that are on the property today. So on the left side of your screen, the southeasterly building there is the 12-story building, and the northwesterly building is the 16-story building. On the left side there, you can also see the 2-story office retail building, which is proposed to be demolished and where the new proposed tower would be located. And just on the right side of your screen, you can see this is taken at the corner of Linwood and White Oaks, looking southwesterly. So that there is the existing at-grade parking structure. Next slide, please. So this slide just provides a summary of important statistics with respect to the proposal. So as noted, we submitted in March of this year. We are seeking to do put one building on the property containing 214 new units, most of which are larger size units. So you can see the 2 and 3 bedroom unit mix there. New parking is proposed for the new units. That's in accordance with the bylaw. Bicycle parking spaces are also proposed, and I did note Councillor Adams' earlier comment, so that will be taken back. Now, amenity space. All amenity on the site, both existing today and that proposed with the proposal, will be accessible to tenants of all 3 buildings. So as you can see, for indoor, a total of 659 square meters is proposed. And for outdoor, just over 2,600 square meters is proposed collectively on the site. So this type of amenity includes new indoor rooms within each of the buildings that would be directly connected to outdoor terraces and patios, in addition to where the existing parking structure is at the northeast corner. That would be demolished, and that entire area would be new at-grade open space accessible to all residents on the site. Next slide, please. So this is just a summary of where we are in the process and where we started. So you can see that we began discussions with staff back in 2018. We then met with Councillor Adams and Councillor Lischena in January of 2019. Shortly thereafter, we had our tenant meeting and our community meeting in the spring of 2019. Based on the feedback that we had received from all of these meetings, we continued to work with staff through the summer and fall of 2019 to refine the proposal. And we officially submitted in March of this year. And now here we are tonight for the statutory public meeting. Next slide. So Lee did a great job explaining the official plan and what our designation is. As noted, it's the high density residential designation where apartment buildings are permitted, and our site is within the Trafalgar Corridor Special Policy Area, so no official plan amendment is required. Next, please. In terms of transportation, as we know, Trafalgar Road is a planned higher order transit corridor. And our site is located within a 5-minute walking distance of that corridor. Next slide, please. Zoning, as Lee said, we are the residential high zoning, which again permits apartment buildings. We also have the special provision, which Lee spoke to in terms of that shared parking arrangement with the adjacent medical office building. And as noted, there are no changes proposed to that existing arrangement. Next slide. So this slide here shows the existing site plan as it is today on the left side and our proposed site plan on the right side. So as noted, the 79 parking spaces, which are part of the shared parking agreement, will be maintained, and those are the 2 rows of parking that are located on the westerly portion of the property. You can see where in the northeast corner of the site where the parking structure will be demolished, and that area will be a brand new open at-grade accessible open space area for tenants. And really when we started working on this project, in terms of determining where this new building should be, it was really based upon a number of things, some of which include ensuring that it was located well away from the existing low-rise residential areas to the north and to the east. We were also looking to improve and simplify the vehicular and pedestrian circulation on the site. We were also looking to reduce the amount of paved surface area and increase the amount of landscaping. And through this, really ensuring that there was generous and appropriate separation distances provided between the proposed building and the existing buildings on the site today. Next slide. So this image shows the renewed ground floor plane on the site. And as noted, a central component of this proposal is really all of that open outdoor amenity area that will be provided. And as noted earlier, in the yellow there, those are the new indoor amenity rooms that will be provided in all 3 buildings, which are, as I mentioned, directly connected to outdoor space. Next slide, please. So again, here's a further zoom in of the proposed building itself. So you can see those amenity areas. You will see the parking ramp there. Now this is proposed for all 3 buildings to use this parking ramp. So there will be only one access in and out of the parking garage, and it will be consolidated in this new building. Similarly with waste collection, it will, between all 3 buildings, it will be collected and picked up from the loading space there that's shown at the northwest corner of the building. So waste collection on the property will only happen from one point, rather than the 2 that it does today and possibly 3. So underground parking location has all been consolidated, as has the waste collection. Next slide. I'll just finish quickly with 2 renderings that we've had prepared. So this shows the site in the proposed building looking north. The proposal incorporates various step backs and indentations into the massing, really with the intent of creating visual interest and breaking up that perceived height and mass and avoiding sameness with the existing buildings. As proposed, the materiality is masonry cladding, as well as glass and some bronze metal with window trims. We are working with urban design staff to really refine the look of the building, so this is evolving. And really, as I noted, the proposed building has been sited close to the White Oaks frontage, really to frame the street and give it that street presence that the urban design guidelines speak to. Next slide. And here is an image showing the proposed building as it would be seen from the new open space area located at the northeast corner of the site. So really, we've tried to ensure that the amenity areas have a good connection to the site. They are an inviting space to welcome tenants and into the site and into the buildings. And those view corridors through the site and from each of the buildings are really maintained. So thank you for your time. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Just on a procedural matter, can I assume you're speaking for the other folks that registered with you?
Yes, they are only here to answer questions if needed.
All righty. I can now see my council, and I'll look to see if there are any questions. Councillor Chisholm has a question, and then Councillor Knoll, and then Councillor Adams.
Thank you. Stephanie, I saw the rendering and the color selection, and I may be ahead of the game here, but with the 2 existing buildings, it seemed to be more of a white exterior facade. Was there any consideration with our design people to look at maybe a little bit later to blend in with the other 2 buildings, or is it the intent to have something totally different because of building products are a lot different than they were in the 1970s and 60s? So is there any indication to look at to try to blend it in more appropriately with these 2 existing buildings?
Absolutely, yes. Initially, when we submitted, the design team was looking to differentiate between the new building and the existing buildings, but comments that we have received from urban design staff want us to relook at that, and the team is very much willing to work with them and come up with a design scheme that hopefully meets everyone's objective.
Thank you.
Councillor Knoll?
The IT guy can't figure out how to use Zoom. Quick question. On the main floor where of the commercial building, there's a convenience store that I understand is well used by all the members of all the residents in the various buildings in that precinct. Is there any consideration being given to providing a similar kind of convenience location for shopping to pick up a bag of milk or some bread for these folks that are living in those buildings and are used to that facility?
There has not been that proposed through this this new scheme that we've come up with. Our information from the owner is that the retail space here on the site has never been very successful. Perhaps the convenience store is one in of itself, but really due to the lack of street frontage that the retail component has, in addition to not being located off of a particularly main road, it's never been super successful. So they are seeking to get rid of all of the retail on the property.
When you say they're not super successful, are you referring to the convenience store as well, or just in general for the complex?
It was a general comment made by the owner to the fact that over the years, since they've owned the property for the last 30 years, it hasn't been, in comparison to their other properties, it hasn't been very successful at filling those retail units. Now, the convenience store, I don't know the specifics of that, and they did not mention any tenants in particular. It was just more of a general comment where they were seeking to keep it residential, the proposal.
Yeah, I would just be concerned that those folks, a lot of those renters rely on transit and wouldn't necessarily have vehicles to make quick trips to those sorts of stores, and they're always advantageous for complete communities. So just something to maybe consider as you go forward. Thank you very much.
I will take that back. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Adams?
Thank you very much, Stephanie, for the presentation this evening. And I want to first thank you for all the major changes that the applicant has made to the proposal from where they began on the project. They really have made very significant changes to what they had thought of originally. And so I appreciate that. Clearly, you guys are listening to what others are telling you as you go through your public review process. I wanted to ask you just if you could clarify, you've got a high percentage of electric vehicle charging stations within your parking plan. How is it that you plan to incorporate those exactly? Where exactly within the parking structure? And I presume that this is really intended to be a forward-thinking method, so that you don't have to retrofit later. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. And this is something that Kamado Holdings on many of their other properties within the GTA where they are seeking to redevelop and intensify is something that they are keen on and propose. The location of these spaces will really be determined through the site plan process, but the parking for the building is all underground with the exception of the surface parking there on the west side. So these spaces will be underground, and the exact location will be determined through site plan.
All right, so you haven't determined where the electric charging systems will go specifically compared to the remainder, I'll call it?
No, not at this time.
Very well. And with respect to the bicycle parking, is that something that you would consider going back and making some amendments for?
That is definitely something that we are happy to relook at. As you noted actually in your comment, the bylaw that applies to the site really requires a max 30 spaces, so we were trying to meet the intent of the bylaw. However, we hear your concern, it is valid, we will definitely take that back.
Great, and I think your future tenants would appreciate that particular amenity for them as well. And then one final question, which has come up already a couple of times in the comments, is the plan for parking during construction. What plans do you currently have for dealing with that process?
So on behalf of the owner, I know that they have been in touch with neighboring landowners of apartment buildings to inquire as to if there are vacant spaces available, so that one day when we get to that construction process, possibly tenants from the site could park there. Now, Margaret Hurd is on the line, but I will speak for her. They've had this set up before on their other two intensification sites that they worked on in Toronto. And as Lee said, the way it would work is they would hire a 24/7 valet service or corporate Uber, whatever it is, and tenants would be brought to and from their vehicle wherever it is parked in the area in an efficient and timely manner. So tenants would not be having to walk, down the street and whatnot. They would have this valet service that has worked quite well on their other projects. And that is a big priority for the owner. I know that, and something that we talk about a lot in our team meetings. So while no plans are solidified at this point, as Lee said, we can deal with that more through site plan. I know that the owner will ensure that a proper plan is put in place. And that will be, you will, as the counselor in the area and Councillor Listina, you will definitely be well aware of that plan.
Great. And one last question for you. The amenities that are intended to be incorporated within the building, you showed on the first floor number of amenity areas. Are there any specific amenities that are being contemplated at this point, or is it just empty space that's going to get filled in there?
So at this time, we have not proposed a use for these spaces. Typically on the other redevelopment sites that I work with them on, we usually do a bit of tenant engagement to see what the tenants would like these spaces to be used for, whether that's a fitness facility or a party room or a movie room, whatever it is. So at this stage, we have not begun those discussions, but that is something we are going to do through the process and really allow the tenants to determine what use they would like for those rooms.
Great, thank you. Look forward to any other comments and material that comes forward.
Thank you, Councillor. Madam Clerk, I see no others, and we have are there any, did anyone phone in? No. We have no further delegations, Council. Would one of you like to move that the public meeting report be received and that the comments from the public be received and that the additional matters of interest that Council identified, which the Director will identify in just a moment, be added? And Councillor Adams has got his hand up. I'll take that for a motion.
Yeah, I'm happy to move it.
Thank you. Mr. Planning Director, do you have anything to add to the list?
Through your worship to council, for your information on page 40 of the staff report, there's already matters meant to be addressed, and I've been checking them off as we went through. Although I did see that there was an additional interest around parking. So number one, well, how will parking be accommodated during construction? Consider the issue of sufficient bicycle parking for this proposal and the location of electric vehicle parking stations as this information evolves. Consider urban design changes that would help the proposed building blend in with the existing buildings. Consider the introduction of some retail in the proposal and some confirmation of what the potential amenity space will consist of.
Thank you, Council. Does that capture everything that you wanted? Madam Clerk, I see agreement. Is there any objection to the motion? Madam Clerk, there's no objection. The motion is carried. Thank you, everybody. Now, the next item is the public meeting report for the zoning bylaw amendment for Brant Haven West. And we have a number, quite a number of registered delegations on this. And if you're watching this and you would also like to delegate, this is when you should call 905-815-6095 so that we can connect you to the meeting. And then you'll be called upon to speak following the registered delegations. And if you give your attention now to Kelly Livingstone, where he's virtual, so we just have to find the right square on Hollywood Squares here. There he is. And it looks like you're unmuted, perhaps?
I am now, yes.
It's time for you to go. It's time for you to start. You have the floor.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. I'll wait for them to pull up the presentation. But just a quick thank you to you, Mayor Burton, and thank you to members of council, to everybody that's watching or attending this meeting, from members of the public. Thank you for taking the time to do so. It's really appreciated as part of the planning process. Okay, as introduced, this is the statutory public meeting related to a zoning bylaw amendment application by Brant Haven West Oak Inc. at 2170 Postmaster Drive. The application proposes to rezone the lands to permit a future townhouse development. As with the previous item, the purpose of tonight's meeting is to obtain input from the public as well as council related to this application. No recommendation is being proposed tonight. And next slide, please. As you can see on the slide, the subject lands are located at the northwest corner of West Oak Trails Boulevard and Postmaster Drive. The site is about 1.17 hectares in size and is currently vacant. Surrounding land uses are primarily residential, with housing forms in the area ranging from single detached to the south, semi-detached, which back onto the subject site, and townhouses on the other side of Postmaster Drive. I'll talk very quickly about the proposed development, but I'll speak more about it later on in the presentation. But to quickly introduce, the proposed development concept is shown on the slide, and the applicant is proposing a 59-unit townhouse development with heights ranging from 2 to 3 stories, all on a private condominium road. Next slide, please. The Livable Oakville official plan, which of course lays out the long-term future vision for Oakville, identifies the subject lands as medium-density residential. This land use designation plans for and anticipates for medium-density, multiple attached housing types, which includes townhouses. As identified on the map, much of the nearby surrounding area is also identified as medium-density residential. The density range for this land use designation is between 30 to 50 dwelling units per hectare. With rounding, the current proposal is right up at the upper limit of about 50 units per site hectare. And this density will be fully analyzed along with the other official plan policies as part of any future recommendation report. The next slide. For zoning, which is the implementing bylaw for the official plan, the subject lands, as identified on gray and the slide, are currently zoned CU for community use and are proposed to be rezoned to RM1 and RM2 with a special provision. Surrounding land uses include a mix of residential low, RL, residential medium, RM, and a small commercial site to the southeast of the intersection. And next slide. Here's where we get more into it. As shown on the slide, the zoning bylaw amendment that is proposed proposes to rezone the subject lands in 2 blocks, as shown on the bottom left of the slide, with block 1 on the perimeter being rezoned to RM1, and block 2 in the middle being rezoned to RM2. The RM1 and RM2 zones share some similar permitted uses as identified in the staff report, but the material difference is that RM1 permits for townhouse dwellings, whereas RM2 permits for back-to-back townhouse dwellings. The applicant is also proposing a special site provision, which allows for changes beyond the standards of the RM1 and RM2 zones. These provisions and their deviation from the standard are shown on the table in the slide, also in the staff report, and include some things such as reductions of minimum yards, increase of permitted height in block 1, porch projection allowances, and reductions to the minimum lot areas. Despite these proposed changes in the special provision, the proposed development does intend to comply with the standard parking requirements for the number and type of dwellings for the RM1 and RM2 zones. Just for everyone's benefit, these are 2 required parking spaces for each townhouse dwelling and 0.25 visitor parking spaces for each dwelling, excluding the back-to-back townhouses. This results in the 11 required visitor parking spaces, in addition to those 2 provided for each townhouse dwelling. Next slide, please. And now this shows the development concept in a bit bigger view. The proposed zoning changes, as discussed on the previous slide, all result in a proposed development that looks like the one shown. There are 26 2-story townhouses shown in orange, backing onto the existing residential. 14 3-story back-to-back townhouses in that block 2, as I spoke about, in the middle of the site. And then 19 3-story rear lane townhouses in dark purple, fronting onto the two streets. As you can see, there's a condominium road running through the development with entrances both onto West Oak Trails Boulevard and Postmaster Drive. As mentioned, there are the 11 proposed visitor spaces and 2 parking spaces provided with each unit. As I mentioned, these comply with zoning requirements, but of course the proposed condominium road and parking supply do intend to be further reviewed prior to making any recommendation. And next slide. On this slide, I overlaid the proposed development concept with the existing neighborhood context, just to give everybody a little bit of a view as to what the proposed development in its current form would look like in the neighborhood context. And we can move on now, if that's okay. So through the initial review of the proposal, staff have identified a good number of matters to be considered and reviewed prior to forming any conclusions. I'll go through them briefly, but you can certainly read them on the slide yourself. Number 1 being impact of the proposed development on the adjacent properties and the wider surrounding area. And these include things like pedestrian, bicycle circulation, the proposed change in use, the built form, height setbacks, road network capacity, and sanitary water, stormwater servicing. Number two, similar but urban design and function of the site. So that includes the built form, height, and proposed design of the townhouse units. And that goes along with that associated rezoning and special provision, the deviation from the typical standard. Next slide, please. Number three would be the consistency and conformity with applicable policy, both provincial, regional, and town policy. Includes things like the Livable Oakville official plan, provincial policy statement, regional official plan, etc. And then lastly, four, appropriateness of the proposed rezoning and the modifications to those zones through the proposed special provision. So those were the changes in the standards that I had brought up in the previous slide. All that in coordination with the other considerations raised. Of course, a complete analysis of this application will be undertaken after this public meeting, including public comments and those from council. Next slide. Therefore, staff put the following recommendation forward for council's consideration, and I am available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's start with, are there questions for Mr. Livingston? And Councillor Elgar and Councillor O'Meara and Councillor Palmer.
I'd like to say, I do have questions, so I'd like to wait and hear from the constituents, because I do understand there's quite a few, and I would like to hear what they have to say, and then I can do cleanup afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor O'Meara.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you very much, Kelly, for the presentation. Just have a question on why a condominium road. I know we discourage those in our official plan, but is there any reasoning why this has to be a condominium road other than just for larger homes, I guess?
I know the applicant is making a presentation after myself, so perhaps they could provide rationale to that. But that's certainly something that staff will consider prior to making any recommendation.
Yeah, that would be great if we could just mark that on our list then, of the applicability or appropriateness of a condominium road there. Thank you.
Councillor Palmer.
Same comment. Wherever we have condominium roads, we have parking problems. And to start with, 11 visitor parking spots is certainly not enough. So I look forward to hearing from the applicant and also staff's review on the matter.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Chisholm.
Thank you, Worship. Same comments with the condominium road. As a town, I think we try to stay away from those because there are so many issues with that, with respect to size, length, curbing, parking, or all those issues with condominium roads. I would stay away from that as much as possible. And just a general comment, I know there's going to be a lot of people speaking to this, but and just looking at it at first glance, this seems to be an overbuild with respect to this property. That's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else? Shall we turn to Councillor Longo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess, to the question to Kelly and then to the applicant, looking at the standards for RM1 and RM2, and also a question to the applicant, there seems to be a big discrepancy, standard versus what's being proposed. So I'd like to understand that rationale in the presentation, and I look forward to the comments from the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Longo. All right. Council, we're going to turn to a very long list of public delegations. And Madam Clerk, would you call the delegations?
First delegation is Paga Aggie and Piyush Arora.
Welcome. We're happy to hear your views, and you have the floor. We'll just see if we've got you connected.
Hello, hi, can you hear us?
Hello, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Piyush Arora, and I have my wife, Pooja Aggi, with me here. First of all, respected members of the council and Mayor Burton, thank you, good evening, and thank you for providing us the opportunity to share our concerns about the proposed rezoning bylaw amendment and the specific development initiative by Brent Haven in our neighborhood. And a number of concerns that we were considering have already been flagged by the councilors. But just to give a little bit of context, we have been residing in this beautiful neighborhood for about over 10 years. And we live on Village Square Lane, which is right across from the lot. It's the next street to Postmaster, the next west. So we are kind of directly impacted by the plan here. And also, just to add, our street and the neighborhood have put together a petition, and we have got a signature of over 638 residents who share our concerns, both from the rezoning of this piece of land from residential to so from commercial to community to residential, and also the specific plans. So I would like to just highlight on two specific issues. I'll kind of go a little bit deeper in one of the issues which I didn't see flagged over there. The first issue is first concern or issue is to do with the traffic congestion and the related safety impact for both pedestrians as well as the drivers. So I didn't see that on the presentation. So I really want to kind of highlight that. And as a resident with over 10 years in the neighborhood, I have personally seen the gradual increase in the number of vehicles passing through the busy intersection of Postmaster and West Oak Trail. And there are a large number of cars that we see that cut through smaller streets like ours in order to avoid the traffic light, particularly during the rush hour. And this is not just an inconvenience to the residents, but it really poses a big safety concerns to our kids, to older residents, and the youth. So they are at a high risk with that many vehicles going in. And we have expressed concerns about this to the city earlier as well. So just to give an example, like I have got two young kids who go to two different schools, and I have to leave them, and I have to take the GO station. I have to go there. So I have to take a left turn from our street to go to the West Oak, and typically it takes like anywhere from 5 to 7 minutes. And I'm obviously talking about the pre-COVID time, so the normal time. So, and this time could be even more on a snow day, or or on a when it's raining too hard. Now with the proposed townhomes, I heard one of the councillors mention it's an overbuild. Definitely, it's a big overbuild because you've got 59 houses. So, just an average of 2 cars per household. We're looking at 100 plus cars added to the neighborhood here. And so you can very well imagine, I probably have to wait for, I don't know how much, like X times 2. So this adds to my time, but not just the time. I also want to kind of bring to the notice that there are multiple schools in the neighborhood, just a few hundred meters from this lot. There's Garth Webb, there is St. Joan of Arc, and also there is a Montessori school. So it's not just the cars, it's also, the parents and grandparents who are dropping off kids on foot. There are high school students who are walking or biking. And of course, school buses that are ferrying students to and fro. So this kind of adds to the concerns that we have, which is not just the congestion, but the safety concerns of our kids, of our elders, and all the residents. So related to that, I would just like to underscore when we looked at the proposal presented by Brent Haven. And we looked at, they have a traffic impact assessment study. I would just put it in quotes because when we look at this and we read it more carefully, and I'll just quote one kind of paragraph from this so-called traffic assessment study. So I quote, collection of traffic data at the intersection of West Oak Trail Boulevard and Postmaster Drive is not available. Furthermore, historic traffic data for the intersection was not available from the town. Therefore, traffic counts were not completed at the intersection for the purpose of the study, unquote. So the point I'm making is that there was no assessment that has been done for the traffic and the safety aspect. And so this so-called assessment study is based on based on actually missing data. It paints a false narrative that this traffic assessment study has been taken into account. So that's my one big point I wanted to make. I've got like a number of other points. The other second point I just wanted to raise, and it won't be as detailed. It's more of a question or an understanding that I and our fellow petitioners were trying to kind of understand is how is the sale of this plot? How did this plot kind of got sold prior to the rezoning? Because when I go and look at what Branthaven does, they pretty much do residential build. And so my question is that how is Branthaven, who is into the business of building residential units, how is it able to procure that land even before the rezoning happens? So should it not have happened after that? So that's just a question, just to my understanding. But anyway, I just wanted to bring across that the point around traffic congestions, safety. That was my primary point I wanted to bring, and there are a number of other people who would like to highlight some of the other points. So just in the interest of time, I would leave it to them, though there are a lot of other concerns that I have as well. And just in conclusion, I urge all the respected members of the council and Mayor Burton to please consider our concerns and address them in any decision that is made on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your information. Does anyone have a question of the gentleman? Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, you may call the next delegation.
Next delegation is Dylan DaCosta and Joan Pinto.
Hello. We await your information.
Hi, can you hear me, Mayor Burton?
We hear you very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Burton, and thank you, respected councillors. My name is Dylan DaCosta, and I'm here with my wife, Joan Pinto. We've lived in this particular community for 15 years. Now, it has become a very important intersection. When we were there was a stop sign at the intersection of West Oak Trails and Postmaster. But it has become an extremely important artery that connects Dundas and with Upper Middle, as well as Third Line and Bronte Road, and is an overflow street for all of these major roads. Now, it's also a very critical intersection because there are so many transit bus routes that come along this intersection. And even more importantly, it is an artery that connects with over, I think, 3 to 4 schools in the area. Now, Piyush has already mentioned some of this before, but what I want to really highlight here is that the policy of assuming that houses only 120 meters from the subject property will be impacted is flawed, partly due to how important this road is and how many schools there are around this area. When I used to travel to the GO station earlier, it would take me about 4 to 5 minutes. Now I can't even get out of Postmaster for about 15 minutes. Now, the one thing that we did was we went and tried to speak to some residents around the area, but we found that residents within the wider area of 120 meters, we found that some of them were not even aware that there was a rezoning. And we feel that if the council and the town of Oakville takes time to inform a wider swath of owners in this area, I mean, from Third Line to Grand Oak Trails and from Upper Middle to perhaps Pine Glen, we will find many more residents appealing against the rezoning. And we've so far, I think, garnered about 638 supporters, as Piyush mentioned.
Hi there. So, as Dylan was talking about it being, a major intersection, I also want to point out that it is, as you've seen from some of those diagrams, it's a very mature neighborhood, and we already have so much of housing around the area, various type of mixed housing. We have a 45-unit townhome right across from the subject property. And so the original zoning, I think there was some wisdom in it where it was planned to be community use, because I think the understanding was you need some breathing room. I mean, you can't just, congest a neighborhood, and that to a mature neighborhood. But it was given for community use for a reason, to prevent all of the congestion issues that come with putting so many houses in the area. I think a lot of the residents we've talked to would love to have a tennis court and a playground there, rather than have 59 more homes in this small area. I mean, our closest tennis court we have to cross major roads. We have to go past Third Line on the east end, and we have to go past Upper Middle on the south side. Kelly Livingston did actually a very good job by pointing out the proposal versus what Brant Haven is asking for. And, we went through some of their supporting documents, and they've drawn a lot in their justification report from the provincial policy statement. But I'd like to point out that from the perspective of, and it's very easy to do so because it's a 50-plus page document. You can always pull out something relevant that will support your file. But I think it's more important for us to look at the Livable Oakville plan, which specifically deals with compatibility with a mature neighborhood and an established neighborhood where you're trying to rezone and build something. And so a lot of those exceptions to the parent provisions that Brant Haven is asking for are exactly the things that the Livable Oakville plan has pointed out that we should prevent, right? It says we should minimize the privacy impact on adjacent properties. And I think by asking for provisions to be bent from 12 meters in height to asking that to be changed to 13.5, right there, it's ignoring these specific provisions that were put into this Livable Oakville plan precisely for the reason of when construction is trying to be done in a mature and an already established neighborhood. The smaller lot sizes completely will congest the area. And again, that's why those guidelines and the norms were set, so that, if we say it should be 135 meters square, there's a reason for that, because that will restrict the builder to a specific norm. And definitely to put 59 homes in there, the provisions have to be bent to such an extent that the smallest lot sizes they're asking for is 80 square meters. Similar with yard frontage. I mean, when you say the provision should be 4.5 and 6 meters for front and backyard, and then you're asking for 2.4 and dropping that down to 2 meters, you're shrinking these lots and again, going against these very thoughtful provisions that the Livable Oakville plan was set to. Sun blockage, again, is also being ignored. I quote from the policy, it says, impact of microclimatic conditions such as shadowing on adjacent properties should be considered. And that is not being considered through Brant Haven's proposal.
Finally, just to end, what concerns me in this whole process is that Brant Haven has invested a large amount of money into a property that was originally zoned for community use. And I'm just concerned that I'm hoping there's no assurance that this investment is going to be fruitful, because one of the feelings I got especially was when Brant Haven made a presentation about a week ago. One of the councillors who was on seemed very enamored with the Brant Haven's proposal. As residents, we elect town councillors as representatives of the people of this town. And we hope that the councillors, as well as you, Mayor Rob Burton, will heed the frustration of these surrounding residents and keep the subject property community use and continue to make the town of Oakville a livable community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Any questions? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, you may invite the next delegation.
Next delegation is Michelle Davis.
Welcome. Council looks forward to your information.
Okay, we will go back to Michelle Davis. She doesn't seem to be available at the moment. So the next delegation is David Capper, and he does have a PowerPoint presentation.
All right, welcome, Mr. Capper. We look forward to your information.
Hi, sorry about that. Can everyone hear me?
We can hear you very well.
Thank you very much. Sorry about the technical difficulties. Good evening, Your Worship, members of Council. My name is David Capper. I'm a planning consultant with Schnorr and Associates in Mississauga, and we're the planners on record for Brandhaven Homes for the subject property. Our involvement in this evening's Council meeting is part of an ongoing dialogue with the town and area residents regarding proposed developments. I'm here to act as a resource both for council as well as area residents and to answer any questions that may arise, but more importantly, to listen to any concerns or comments that have been provided. I'll use this information to provide our client with feedback on how best to mitigate any concerns raised and address any comments that are made. As background and as has been mentioned, ourselves and our client hosted a public open house on August 27th, and the purpose of that meeting was to provide information about the proposed development and to gather feedback. We were joined by Councillor Algo and approximately 24 attendees. During this meeting, we provided a detailed explanation of the proposed development, planning process to date, as well as a summary of the anticipated future public process. In summary, we heard concerns regarding potential increases in traffic volumes, concerns regarding visitors parking and potential overflow onto adjacent public streets, and a desire to have the property developed for the existing permitted uses within the CU zone or a lower density residential uses, as well as other concerns. During this meeting, we received constructive feedback on the proposed development, and we will be discussing this feedback with our client following the conclusion of this council meeting. I have prepared a short presentation for council to discuss our client's development proposal and dig a little further into the community context and how it has influenced our client's direction with the proposed development. With respect to the community context, the lands surrounding the subject property to the north, east, and west are all designated as residential medium density. These areas have been developed with semi-detached dwellings, as well as 2- and 3-story townhouses. The lands to the south have been predominantly developed with single detached dwellings. If I could ask for the next slide, please. The lands immediately to the north and the west have been developed with 2-story semi-detached dwellings. And if I could ask our colleagues in the IT department to flip through the next 2 slides. This is an illustration of the semi-detached dwellings that exist on Glenhampton Road. Next slide, please. Next slide, sorry. And these are the single detached that abut the property to the west along Shorencliff Boulevard. Next slide, please. With respect to the lands to the northeast and the east, these areas have been developed with blocks of 2 and 3 story townhouses. And if I could ask you to get the next slide, please. These are examples of these 3 story townhouses that are on the south side of Glenhampton and east of Postmaster. And this is immediately to the northeast of the subject property. Next slide, please. Again, another visual example of that. Next slide. And then the property immediately to the east has been developed with a condominium which consists of rear lane townhouses, street townhouses, and internal condo units, which are all developed around a condominium road. And the next 3 slides provide some examples of the built form in this development. So if I could ask to switch to the next slide, please. This is the entrance to the common element condominium road. Next slide. Again, this is another entrance and illustrates the street townhouses on Postmaster. Next slide. And this is the rear lane townhouse product that exists immediately to the east. Next slide. So it's within this context that our client has developed the development concept that's before you this evening, and that's been submitted with as part of the development applications. I'd like to take you through the development proposal and speak specifically to the site-specific provisions that are being sought. As background, as Kelly mentioned, the applications seek to permit the development of the property for a total of 59 residential townhouse units, which consist of 26 2-story townhouses, which are shown along the northerly property line and the westerly property line, 14 3-story back-to-back townhouse units, which are shown in light purple in the center block of the proposed development, and then 19 3-story rear lane townhouse units, which front onto both West Oak Trails and Postmaster, and they're shown in the darker purple color here. The site configuration is intended to allow for a transition in building height from the adjacent 2-story semi-detached dwellings to the north and to the west. And this height is intended to transition towards the center of the development and then towards the West Oak and Postmaster frontages. And it's in these blocks here that propose a 3-story building height. If I could get the next slide, please. Just very quickly, just going to walk you through the proposed elevations. These are the elevations for the 2-story townhouses. These are the units that abut the existing residential to the north and to the west, and they line the exterior perimeter of the property. This is the elevation of the 3-story townhomes which front onto both Postmaster and West Oak Trails. Next slide, please. And this is that rear elevation of that those same units. And then the final elevation is of the back-to-back townhouse units, and this is the same elevation for the front and obviously the rear of these units. Next slide, please. In terms of the site-specific zoning provisions that are being sought, you'll note that in the presentation that Kelly had put forward, there was an illustration of the RM1 and RM2 zones. The center block shown in purple is the RM2, and then the outer blocks are shown as RM1. The specific provisions seek a reduction in the front yard from the minimum required of 4.5 meters to the minimum that is proposed of 2.4 meters. And the 2 circles, this provision is only intended to apply to the blocks of townhouses which front onto Postmaster and West Oak Trails. And the red circle there indicates the area which is affected by that site-specific provision. The intent with the request is to try and create a strong street presence along Postmaster Drive and West Oak Trails. and to push the buildings and as close to the street as possible and allow for that active street frontage. Next slide, please. In terms of the proposed rear yard that's mentioned in the special provisions, there is a request for a reduction from minimum rear yard of 6 meters to a proposed rear yard of 2 meters for the RM1 zone. And that provision is only intended to apply to the rear lane townhouse units. These are units with a 2-story garage and just over 2 meter setback from the rear of the garage door to the sidewalk. And it, as shown in red, highlighted in red, it only affects these 3 blocks here. Next slide, please. There is a reduction in the minimum flankage yard from 3 meters to 2 point, I believe the request is 2 meters. And it is intended to apply to this pinch point over here, as well as to the 2.5 meters at the southwest corner of the block. Sorry, there should be another red circle there, my apologies. There's an increase in the maximum allowable projection into the minimum front yard for a porch, which includes access stairs, and that again is intended to apply to the blocks adjacent to West Oak Trails and Postmaster Drive. And then finally, there's an increase being sought for the maximum building height. The RM1 and the RM2 zones permit a maximum building height of 12 meters. Certainly, this provision does not apply to the 4 blocks at the periphery of the site. It is only intended to apply to the 4 blocks that are on the 3 on West Oak Trails and then the interior block. One of the comments we received through the public information meeting is that height was a concern, and we're working with our client to see if we can reduce that building height. So that concludes my presentation for this evening. I thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions the council may have. Your Worship, I do note that there were a number of questions that were raised in the initial part of the meeting. I'm happy to answer those, or I'm happy to hear from you in terms of how you'd like me to proceed.
Well, as I hope the public and you understand, this is not a recommendation or decision meeting. This is a fact-gathering and issue-gathering meeting. So I think we're good. Thank you for your information. Council, do you have questions for Mr. Capper? Councillor Hazlett-Thiel.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. Could you just help me understand a little bit about the architectural design of this back-to-back townhouses? Am I to understand it's 2 meters from the building, and then on the flip side, another 2 meters, so basically 4 meters separate these townhouses? I'm having a bit of difficulty visualizing that.
Through Your Worship, to Councillor Hazlett-Thiel, I believe you're referring to the requested rear yard setback for the, okay, so as I mentioned in the presentation, that is only intended to apply to the rear lane townhouses that front onto both Postmaster and West Oak Trails. So the front of the unit fronts onto the public right-of-way, and the back of the unit backs onto the laneway. So you drive your car in, and you have access to the garage for the dwelling from the laneway. The blocks that front onto West Oak and Postmaster are not back-to-back townhouses. They are what I would consider standard rear lane townhouses. The back-to-back townhouses are the block that's in the center of the development.
So what's the space between the back-to-back townhouses?
There's no space. They are back-to-back.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that for me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor O'Meara.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Mr. Capper. Just a question. Was this a former school site that didn't get developed, or what was this in its previous iteration that was a community use?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Worship, to Councillor O'Meara. site has a long history. It was originally zoned as a PE zone, which was a public use / education zone in the 1984-063 bylaw. The site was formerly owned by the Archdiocese of Hamilton, and they had intentions of developing the property for a place of worship. In 2011, the town began the Livable Oakville official plan review and new official plan process. And it's through that official plan review that the subject property was designated as residential medium density. So therefore, removing the previous public use / education zone and sort of paving the way, if you will, for medium density residential. In 2014, when the town did the in-zone zoning bylaw review, the property was still owned by the Archdiocese of Hamilton. And I believe that through that process, the commentary that was received from the Archdiocese was that they still intended to develop the property for a place of worship. Hence, the PE zone had then transitioned to the CU, which is what the in-zone bylaw used for replacing the PE zones from the former zoning bylaw. So sorry, if I could just add that our client acquired the property from the Archdiocese of Hamilton early this year. The diocese had made a decision that they were not going to develop a place of worship on this property.
Okay, that clarifies it. So your client purchased it at market value from the Archdiocese of Hamilton, and that's sort of where that transaction came from.
I can confirm that that our client purchased it from the Archdiocese. I have no information with regard to the sale.
Sure, no problem. Thank you very much. Thank you, Worship.
Councillor Robertson.
I'm just checking in terms of yards then. I guess with the amount that they've asked for changes from the standards, there are virtually no yards at all in the front or back or of the 3-story townhouses. Is that correct? Like the fronts will abut the sidewalk and the backs will have 2 meters?
Through your worship, to Councillor Robinson, yes, that's correct. The front, for the blocks of townhouses that front onto Postmaster and West Oak Trails, they will be very close to the public right-of-way. And then in the rear yard for those dwellings, they will have direct access from the condominium condo road.
Is there any green space left at all then for people to go and sit on a lawn chair or anything in that area?
Yes, indeed there is. Certainly on the 4 blocks of townhouses that line the periphery of the site, those townhouses have a 7.05 meter setback in the rear yard. And that is intended to be the rear yard amenity space for those units. And in addition to that, there is a green space area, a small parkette in the center block adjacent to the visitors parking area. So there's a play structure that is shown on the site plan, and then
okay, can you figure out that? Yep.
Yeah, it's that little spider web looky thing.
Yeah. Okay, so that is actually supposed to be a play area set up inside.
Yes, it's a play area as well as there's a small sort of amenity green space area as well.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? All right, thank you. Councillor Hazlitt-Thiel is back.
Sorry, I just have one follow-up. Did your client attempt to do a design that's without all these exceptions, without all these additional asks? Did they do a drawing that was within the actual, without any variance requests?
Through your worship, to Councillor Hazlitt-Thiel, unfortunately, I can't answer that question. I do not know that my client has or has not done that. It's certainly something that I will ask them and I can get back to you on.
Yeah, I just would concur with one of my earlier colleagues' comments. This is an overbuild, and frankly, you know, I get the intent to maximize space and intensify, but I mean, It'd be really lovely at some point to actually see somebody come forward with something that doesn't push the envelope constantly and really stops and thinks about the next generation and how they have to live and the enjoyment of their space. Not everybody needs a backyard. I'm not suggesting that that's the element here. It just, between the height and the intensification, I think I would suggest that they could do better.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, if there's nobody else with questions or advice, Mr. Capper, thank you very much for taking, Councillor Elgar.
No, sorry, Mayor Burton. I was going to wait and go back to that. I have got a number of questions for our planning staff at the appropriate time. Thank you.
All right. Well, we have quite a few delegations to go through. Stay with us. Mr. Capper, thank you for being with us. Madam Clerk, would you call the next delegation?
The next delegation is Shirzad Manahani.
Hello and welcome. Council looks forward to your information.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you everyone. Thanks for the time to given to the residents. I would like to also thank the residents who signed the petition. As my neighbor said, so far we had more than 630 signatures on our petition, which pointed out very valid points. And as you can infer from the support on the petition, there are real concerns that residents already raised by signing and putting comments on the petition. And some of us already raised our concern in a public meeting with a builder representative in August 27th meeting about the traffic and road congestion, privacy intrusion, children's safety, lack of adequate parking spaces, and density of buildings within a small piece of land. I'd like to bring up another aspect of this project which add up to all these points. I strongly object to this proposed plan because of the danger and pollution the construction works would cause in the neighborhood for almost 2 years of construction works. If you walk in the neighborhood during the day, you would find many children passing by, cycling, or playing together on driveways and walkways around the piece of land. Also, if you Google children's fatal accidents in the construction sites, you would find cases that children fell into the excavated holes or hit by construction debris and either lost their lives or were severely injured. I'm pretty sure that no one intended to hurt innocent and lovely children in those cases. But when you run a massive construction project in an established family-oriented area, you would put children's lives and safety at risk inevitably. Big trucks, cranes, and mixers going in and out, and workers with special clothes working around would be quite attractive for a curious 6 or 7 years old child who used to play on a driveway of a calm and quiet neighborhood. And God knows when something attracts them, they would find a way to get in. Who would be the responsible then? The builder who is willing to get welfare at any cost? The council who allowed the big construction project in an already dense neighborhood? Or parents who raised their concern multiple times, but no one heard them? Another challenge for the residents would be the construction pollution. Big trucks and heavy construction equipment not only would make a lot of noise and traffic congestion, but also would cover all neighborhood streets with mud and dust. This would turn our clean and appealing area to a messed up, ugly one, which no one would even like to walk around, let alone buying or investing in it. I'd like to insist again that the area is well established and that plan would endanger the safety of the people in the neighborhood. And I'd like to oppose, and I would like to ask the council to help the residents to object this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your information. Council, do you have questions? Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, the next delegation.
Next delegation is Brijesh Jaggi.
Hello and welcome. We look forward to your information.
Hi, Mayor Burton and respected councillors. I hope you can hear me okay.
You are being heard very well.
Thanks.
You were being heard very well. Now I'm not so sure.
Oh, sorry, can you hear me okay now? Sorry, it's my bad internet connection.
We can hear you again now.
Apologize. So a lot of my concerns have already been spoken about by my neighbors. So I'll just try and cut it short and only try and add something which was not spoken. Well, to begin with, it has been a difficult year for all parents taking care of kids during the pandemic. And I know schools are finally starting, but there is so much uncertainty and there is lack of confidence from the school administration. I just don't think adding such a congested neighborhood in this well-established pocket is the right time. We still don't know how we're going to open schools and if we can handle social distancing. That was my number one concern. Second was, like Mr. David, he pointed out, there were two streets covering that neighborhood. There are biking lanes just touching Postmaster and West Oak, and I bike on that road pretty much every day. I don't since after the pandemic, I can't think of a single day where I did not bike. And I'm just thinking, if 59 new townhomes come up there, I'm pretty sure they will be they'll be parking on the road. That will make the biking lanes more congested and probably more unsafe. Yeah, and I did a quick compare, 2 blocks south of West Oak, there were 4 homes. And for the same 2 blocks north of West Oak, there were 12 townhomes. So I'm still not sure how it's gelling up in the current plan. Thanks so much for your time. I'm sorry, one last thing. I think Dylan pointed out the nearest tennis court was 500 meters away. It is. I tried going there 5 times this year and I could never get a spot. And same with basketball court. So I appreciate if the town looks into that as well. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you very much for bringing your information. Any questions, Council? Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, would you call the next delegation?
Next delegation is Danny Tomaz.
Hello and welcome. Council looks forward to your information.
Okay, I'll go to the next delegation is Gabrielle Zaho.
Hello and welcome. Council looks forward to your information.
She's there.
They are there. We're just waiting for them to connect, I gather.
Mm-hmm.
Can you guys hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Oh, sorry. There's a transition for the Zoom. I guess still new for me.
We've all been
good
through
evening,
it. Don't
fellow
worry about it.
councillors and Mayor Burton. I'm supposed to just talk about the visitors parking for our neighborhood area. I just moved in from Mississauga last year, and I've been new to this neighborhood. The main reason I bought my house is because the house size relate to the lot size I have in my property. First, I feel like I have a large backyard and also a fairly large size front yard as well. And that's the main reason I bought this house. And first, I'd like to thank Mr. Capper for his presentation. So give us more insight about what they are planning to do. But during his presentation, the keyword I heard repeatedly is reduction. Reduction on the front lawn yard and reduction on the backyard. And I'm sure like they will try to follow the standards about the lot size and the house size they can build. But people are living in there. Like people like me want to move to Oakville and live in there. So I'm not really sure, like I'm pretty sure like lawn is not like is a thing for everybody, but at least for me. And yeah, so I'm not really sure like how this this planning or designing to rezone this gonna work in our neighborhood. And also, like during his presentation, it shows only the semi-detached houses and the townhouses. But on the south side of the rezoning area, it's all the single-family dwelling houses, which is where I am living. And it's what they are proposing to do compared to what I have in my house. It's like, for me, it's outrageously like compact, I'll say. So, like, I'm okay with like if they bought the land at the beginning of the year and they already start to planning to build something on it. I'm not totally against that, but not something like so compact like this, like 59 units to reach to all the way to the upper limit for this tiny area. Plus, 59 units, and they have 11 parking spaces. So for me, it's grossly insufficient. So where are the visitors gonna go? Like for the street I'm living on Village Square Lane, there's not many visitor parking spaces already. So where are they gonna go? They are going to flood out our entire neighborhood for 59 units of people, like 200 something people in there. So that concerns me. And yeah, that's it for my part. Thank you for your time for this.
Well, thank you very much for bringing your thoughts and your information. Are there questions for the gentleman? Thank you very much, sir. Madam Clerk, would you call the next delegation?
Next delegation is Roman Markov. I'm not sure he's here, but
Mr. Markov? No.
So the next delegation is Sandy Nettleton and Edward Kowalski.
Hello and welcome. Council looks forward to your information. And I would note that Council has all read your letters, so thank you for those submissions. You have the floor. I'm told they're there, so we'll just be patient while they go through what we've all gone through in terms of remembering to unmute and those kinds of things.
Try him again.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much. We look forward to what you have to say.
Okay, my name is Ed, and I'm here with my wife, Sandy. And we've been 13 years living on Woodcrest Drive. We're about 100 meters north of this development. A lot of the things have already been said, and obviously Councillor Chisholm and the others have said that this is overbuilding to the nth degree. I guess I'd focus on two things. First of all, traffic. And again, I had hoped that David Capper would have had some more answers for us, but there has been no traffic study done. What they're relying on is a 2016 transportation survey of the entire Ward 4. And they basically took 57,000 people for the 18,000 households, and they figured there's about 34,000 cars. So all they've done is say, you're going to have 3 people in a home and you're going to have 2 cars per unit. They've further gone and said they believe that there will only be 22 cars leaving that property in the early morning. Now, again, I don't know how they based it other than using this 4-year-old survey, but nowhere did David Capper or anyone else say if you take a 2-kilometer radius of this corner, there's 10 elementary schools, and there's 3 high schools, and there's numerous Montessori schools. There's thousands of kids and parents walking to school and back in the area, and there's a lot of cars. And add courier truck service vehicles, garbage, recycling. I actually tried to get into the units on the east side of Postmaster twice, and each time there would be a courier truck or something blocking the access. These are narrow little roads, and you're putting what basically is going to be 180 people into that little development with 120 cars. So I guess the big thing is, you've seen in my notes, between the Oakville transit buses, the stop signs along Postmaster and Woodcrest, they're simply, it's very hard for us to even sit on the porch anymore and enjoy our front lawn. Our lawns are 20 feet wide. Our driveways are roughly 20 feet wide and about 23, 24 deep. I know a lot of people have talked about these little units. You can barely fit 1 car in the garage and 1 car on the driveway. And God knows if they have a bike, you can't fit the bike anywhere. So as far as traffic, I mean, there has been no traffic study done. They're relying on this business of 22 cars driving out every morning, which is an engineering firm that the developer hired. And there's no mention of these schools. As far as the parking, yeah, I mean, we've got guests over tonight. The neighbor has guests across the road, and there's 2 courier trucks parked on the other side. So there's 4 cars in basically 3 homes on Woodcrest Drive. So I realize the town has this 0.25 formula for determining the parking, but my concern is everyone's going to be parking on West Oaks and Postmaster. And Postmaster is also an alternative route for every ambulance and service truck going up to the hospital. So I guess that there's many other issues, noise, construction. I think we've said we're not opposed to development. And I think Councillor Haslett and some of the others have said, you know, if it's normal development, semis, detached homes, we're fine. We're not against that. But every time there's a snowfall and there's cars parked on Postmaster and an ambulance wants to get by, I mean, it's going to be a real problem. In fact, I thank whoever it was that did to put the stoplights up on Postmaster in Pine Glen, because that used to be a 10-minute hassle every morning trying to get up through 2 crossing guards and about 500 kids in a 5-minute period. So that part's been resolved. There's still a huge lineup, but at least it speeds it up a lot. So my wife, Sandy, did you have that? Sandy's the shy one. Well, we appreciate our time and consideration. I mean, I guess when we found this out a week ago, we both, we just couldn't believe it. And I had hoped that this David Capper and his development group would have had a little more information, but it doesn't appear they have, other than what they presented to us a week ago. So I appreciate your time. I'll let others speak then. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your information. Madam Clerk, is there another delegation?
Our last listed delegation is Julie Gatt.
Hello. Welcome to the council meeting. As soon as we can hear you, we look forward to your information.
Thank you, Mayor and councilors. I live in the townhouses that have the condo road directly across from the proposed site from Brent Haven. And I know the difficulty with having a condo road. Number one, the snow removal. We have difficulty, and we're only 43 units. And we have spots for that snow to be placed within the unit. They have no space in theirs at all. Like that parquet, I don't think that's going to hold the snow that they're going to be piling up. The other thing is they have only, 11 parking spots for all their units. We have 11, we have 3 units, and we still find that people, even though they do have 2 parking spots, their garage and their driveway, are still parking constantly in the visitors here and their residents. So the overflow. The other thing is they have the entrances matching ours. Being both, all of us being so close to the lights, once we have 2 complexes with that many cars trying to enter and exit with the lights, I think we're going to have a real jam at that corner and the entrances. The third thing is the 3-story. I get they didn't want to put it, of course, inside because it would shadow the residents behind. But that is going to be a bearing sight on that corner. When you look around and you see all low homes, and you've got these 3-story homes that are right up to the sidewalk, I think the presentation of them in this area would just totally, I don't know how to put it other than really degrade the area. I don't care how pretty it looks. It's going to be overbearing. That's really all I wanted to put in, is that I really see there's going to be problems with the snow removal, the parking, the lights, and the safety.
Well, thank you very much. I will tell you that if you hadn't raised the snow removal, Councillor Elgar would have. That is one of his most favorite topics to bring up. So thank you very much for that. Any other?
You're welcome. Thank you for your time.
Oh, thank you for your time. Madam Clerk, is that? That's it. All right, Council, it's time to see if anybody has any issue to add to the list that the residents haven't already added to the list that the planning director has been keeping. Mr. Longo and then Mr. Elgar.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess the question has come up about traffic study not being done, and I think recently there's been a lot of issues with speeding in the area, as well as traffic issues, and I'd really like to see, Mr. Capper, if your client can look into a proper traffic study, because I think that's going to be an issue with the density that's being proposed. And then I just would like for consideration, from staff's perspective, the comparison of what the standard is versus what is being proposed. There seems in yards and setbacks and things like that, there seems to be quite a request for a deviation from what the standard is. So I'd like that kind of consideration. Is that something that can be looked at as part of the go forward to see if they can be more in line with what the standard is?
Thank you. I'm glad you raised that. As I was eyeballing the various drawings, it appeared to me that they're trying to put 59 where maybe 28 might fit. So I'm sure that, I'm pretty sure our planning staff were already very alive to the appearance of overbuilding here. So thank you for that. Is that all you have for them?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Elgar, last but not least.
Thank you very much. Through Mayor Burton. Yeah, I wanted to hear from the residents because I did sit in on the meeting where the developer with 28 of the residents was last week. And I'm pretty disappointed that Mr. DaCosta thinks I was very enamored with the proposal. My reason for being there was to listen what the residents had to say. And for him to say that, I found absolutely disgusting. But going forward, my questions are of staff. And specifically, well, I got quite a few, and you're going to have to be patient. But I'd like to know the residents that back onto Glenhampton and Shorncliffe, what the height of those houses are now, and what their rear yard setback is to their property line. That would be my first question of staff.
So this is what you want covered in the recommendation report?
Oh, I think Kelly can actually, I think he probably has the information because I know I talked to him about this to try to, because this is already in our official plan for medium density. And right. Right now, I think there is a plan. I think people don't realize that is already in our official plan that it is medium density. And that's my concern. And I think it's really got off the rails. I think there's a lot of things that have to be changed here, but I just want to make sure where we're going, that there's no misunderstanding that all of a sudden council can just refuse the whole thing and are going to put in a tennis court. I want to be honest with the people. So I don't know whether Mr. Livingston, whether he has the information or whether he can provide that coming back, but I think he might have it.
Well, Councillor, the purpose of the meeting is to collect the issues for the staff to cover in the recommendation report.
Okay, that's fine. Then I should have asked the question that's the reason I should have asked, and it'll never happen again where I don't ask all the questions up front. So I apologize. That's fine.
I will validate for you and the public that the official plan, as Mr. Livingston said in his presentation, calls for medium density there. And I regret that at no point has anybody explained yet, although Mr. Capper came close to it, that there was residential zoning on underneath the community use zoning should the church decide not to build a church, and that's a standard operating procedure. So please go on.
Okay. But the next would be why I would like to know in the report why we have zoning in the first place if we're going to gut the zoning by 66% and 50% in different places. The zoning becomes meaningless, and if staff can come back then and report on why we would do such a thing as to try to put so much in such a small area, because we have numbers, and as you can see in the report, the zoning is minimum rear yard setback 6 meters, we're going to 2, 66% reduction. Minimum front yard setback going 4.5 to 2.4, almost 50% reduction. Like this is fundamentally flawed from the beginning. It doesn't meet any of our zoning that we have in place, and we have to get this sorted out. And the worst is, I got to say, I didn't realize until this report, back-to-back townhouses. Do we have a clause coming? I'd like to know coming back whether when you buy the house, it says you can never have anybody come to your house and park, because we have no parking for you because it's not allowed in back-to-back townhouses that we even have 0.25 places per visitor. I'd also like to know how many parking spaces do we lose that are currently on West Oak Trails and Postmaster when we have driveways out on both Postmaster on West Oak. Because I don't think on Postmaster right now, in the front of this place, it's only on one side of the street, in case you didn't know. It's only on the west side of Postmaster. I don't think you can put 6 cars there now because there's already a bus stop. And now you're going to put in a double driveway. You're going to lose 2 more parking spots. You might have 4 or 5 at the very end on that street. West Oak Trails, almost the same. Entrance coming off of that from this proposed subdivision onto West Oak Trails. There's only a few parking spaces. There's also a bus stop. You're going to have no parking spaces there either. Like, I don't know how you buy a house, but don't drive, because there's no underground parking. It's all slab on grade. The garage will become a basement for storage. There's so many things wrong with this. If we should go straight to, here's what you can do. Here's our zoning currently. That's it. Anyhow, I got slab on grade. I got the exits where we're going to lose more parking spots, even though they're on one side of the street. The height of the building, 13.5. I would like the height of the buildings that are currently there, if on the semis, if they're 12 or whether 13.5 now. And we'll have to get into the zoning of having back to back and not having no parking spaces required for visitors. It is absolutely 100% an overbuild in this location and should not be tolerated, and we should be going to zero. And I can't wait to see the report come back from staff on this one. It'll be interesting. And I can't wait for the vote on it either. But I will move receipt of the report tonight.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor, you're among friends. Nobody on council has expressed anything except similar perceptions that this is an overbuild. I mean, I was prompted, I will go ahead and say, this is pretty typical of what I see from Brant Haven. We're used to it. And I actually thought Mr. Capper almost explicitly said that he's going to revise and resubmit something when he said he was going to be consulting with his client and he's working on these various issues. So I think he knew that this is not an Oakville application. But thank you for the motion. Mr. Planning Director, would you like to read in the additional issues, if any, that you added?
Thank you, through your worship, to council. So I did note on page 71, we've indicated what studies were received as part of the complete application. And in that list, we have a traffic impact study. We'll be reviewing that as part of it. Any deficiencies will be addressed through our process. On page 72, there's an extensive list of issues, but I think given what I've heard to provide clarity for the members of the community that are watching this meeting, I think the town should ask for be provided with a parking justification study over and above the traffic impact study. There's many site-specific changes requested, so we need to understand, because it's a unique proposal, we need to understand what the basis for the parking standard is. They seem to be relying on the off-the-shelf one, but not on all our other standards. So I think we should all understand that. I think we would benefit from understanding and report to council on the differences as to what complying with the bylaw would yield in terms of units and density versus what they're proposing. And I think we would also benefit from understanding what are the densities and performance standards of abutting developments in the area, including things like setbacks and height. That completes my list.
Thank you. I think that would go a long way to judging the compatibility of whatever we're going to finally see. And is there any objection to the motion? Madam Clerk, I see no objection. The motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Elgar. Council, we now come to number 5. This is the public meeting report, the same kind of thing we've just done twice, where we're collecting issues, we're not making a decision or arguing the case. And this is the one for the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment that Amico Properties and Spruce Partners are seeking at 152 Wilson, which is popularly and locally known as the Guide Dogs. And Mr. Barrett is ready to present. Mr. Barrett, you have our ears.
Tonight's agenda. Should I start again? Thank you. I was just saying that this presentation will provide a brief overview of the staff report regarding 152 Wilson Street, which can be found on page 87 of tonight's agenda. If there's anybody watching the live stream of this meeting on oakville.ca and you wish to speak to this item, please call 905-815-6095 and we will connect you to the meeting. The subject lands are located north of Rebecca Street between Kerr Street and Wilson Street. The site is currently occupied by a former school building, which is used by the Lions Foundation of Canada dog guides. The existing building varies in height from 1 story along the Kerr Street frontage to 3 stories along the Wilson Street frontage. The 3-story portion of the existing building provides a setback of approximately 21 meters, that's 68 feet, to the eastern property line along Wilson Street. Access to the site is currently provided from Wilson Street as well. A 6-story retirement home is proposed with 230 units and 110 parking stalls. The retirement home proposes to provide a continuum of care with 104 suites dedicated to assisted living and memory care, and the remainder 126 units being dedicated to independent living units, which include a full or partial kitchen, bathroom, living area, with 1 or 2 bedrooms. Outdoor amenity space is proposed to be provided at the northern side of the building as an outdoor dining area backing onto Westwood Park and an outdoor memory garden court and terrace on the 2nd floor. Indoor amenity space is proposed to be provided on the ground floor and includes a fireside lounge, library, greenhouse, theater, chapel, kitchen, and common dining areas. The subject lands are within the Kerr Village growth area, which is one of the areas within the town identified as a focus for mixed-use development and intensification. Within the Kerr Village, the subject lands are located within the Kerr Village Main Street District, which is a pedestrian-oriented mixed-use area along Kerr Street. The lands are designated as Main Street 1. Buildings between 2 to 4 stories in height are permitted, and the subject lands are also eligible for bonusing, which may allow for up to an additional 2 stories of height. That is a total of 6 stories, in exchange for the provision of public benefits. The applicant submitted an official plan amendment application to permit an increase in height to 6 stories. The subject lands are adjacent to a primary street, that is Kerr Street, with an enhanced streetscape area, and a secondary street, that is Rebecca Street. The frontage along Kerr Street requires commercial, community, cultural, or limited office uses on the ground floor, which helps foster an active Main Street environment. Policy 23.5.2 of the Livable Oakville Plan provides that enhanced streetscape areas, that's along Kerr Street, should incorporate the design of new developments, streetscapes, and open space areas, and be utilized as a unifying public realm element through the use of compatible, consistent, and complementary design treatments while contributing to a distinctive and unique streetscape. The applicant is proposing to amend this requirement to not provide commercial space on the ground floor along Kerr Street and fulfill this objective by a different means, which includes orienting internal common amenity towards the Kerr Street and Rebecca Street frontage. The streetscape, along with the commercial requirement, will be included as part of the technical review of this application. In terms of matters to be considered, broadly, the review will address the impact and the integration of the proposed development on adjacent properties, urban design and function of the site, consistency and conformity with applicable policy, and the suitability of the land for the intended use, as laid out in the slide and detailed in the staff report as well. As noted in the staff report, the applicant hosted a public information meeting on February 26th of this year. A summary of the meeting is included in Appendix C of the Planning Justification Report. Issues raised at the meeting are listed on this slide. In addition, 5 formal public comments have been received, all of which were appended to the staff report. Since the staff report was drafted, 5 additional public comments were received, which have been distributed to council separately. This includes the Kerr Street BIA comments, which provide that they have no objection to amending the requirement for commercial along Kerr Street as they noted on-street parking is limited in that area due to the fire station. The issues raised by the public have been included in the scope of matters to be considered in the staff report and will be reviewed further in a forthcoming recommendation report. In conclusion, Your Worship, staff put forth the following recommendation as shown for Council's consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barrett. Council, do you have questions for the planner? Councillor O'Meara, you're up. Oh.
Thank you. Sorry.
Okay.
I'll defer to the ward councillors actually, and I'll go after them.
No, you can go right now. They'll be happy to come behind you.
It's just I didn't see how many visitor parking spots are being put in there outside of the 110. How many of those 110 spots are for staff or for visitor parking to the facility?
All right.
Through you, Your Worship, staff will be requesting that breakdown from the applicant. Currently, they're providing 110 parking spaces, whereas the zoning bylaw requires 76, so that's a surplus of 34 parking spaces, which works out to about 0.5 of a parking space per unit.
Yeah, I understand that. The reason I asked, I think a couple of years ago, we asked for a report back on uses at seniors' residence, and I think our numbers are drastically under there, and unfortunately, we may be too late on this application to get that report back, letting us know exactly what uses and what needs for parking are at these seniors' places. I was reading a whole number of other ancillary uses here, from lounges and bistros and everything else. I mean, again, we're moving away from, I guess I would ask that as well, maybe in this recommendation report, what we're defining as a senior's home and what we're defining as ancillary commercial uses inside a senior's home as well. If we could get some clarity on the uses in this building, what is being proposed that go alongside the seniors building, and how we're going to characterize that as seniors use, or whether it's just normal commercial retail use. I'd like some clarification on the pieces in this application and where we're segregating them between seniors use and commercial retail use. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Chisholm and then Councillor Dunick.
Thank you, Worship. I think this is probably going to be echoed by my colleague, Councillor Duddick, too. Just for clarification, all with our audience and so forth, with respect to the zoning amendment to this property, there is some confusion that people believe it's 4 stories with a 2-story bonusing. But what I understand it to be is that this amendment is to go to 6 stories, and it's not anything to do with the bonusing component. Is that correct?
Through you, Your Worship, that is correct. The applicant's applying for a 6-story building height without bonusing.
Now, if we say down the line is saying, you know what, we want to stick to the livable Oakville and it's a 4-story, but with the opportunity with the bonusing, do we get the benefits for that? Would we get them? Because right now, would we lose the benefits based on the community benefits based on the automatic 6 stories? So my question is this: if we went to the 4-story and with the requirement and have approval from council for bonusing, we would acquire those benefits, those community benefits. Is that correct?
Through you, Your Worship, under the current livable framework and as the provincial policy sits today, the maximum height permitted on the site is 4 stories, with an additional 2 permitted for bonusing, as you mentioned. This requirement this authority is proposed to be removed by the province in the future through Bill 108, which is now, and now Bill 197, which will be replaced with an authority for council to consider and pass a community benefits charge. So as part of the recommendation report, staff will clarify the existing framework in full force and effect at that time before council makes a decision.
Thank you, Paul. That helps. Since I've got the floor, a couple other things I'd like to bring forward is the transition between this development and the residential, which is Bond Street and Wilson Street and Head Street. These are a small neighborhood. What I'm concerned about is the parking issue of overflow parking in this neighborhood. Can we also consider looking at a creative way of, I guess, alleviating the concerns of the residents on the parking issue of these side streets? Because on page, sorry, let me just get it triggered for a minute. My apologies. It's on page 95, which I have a concern with. It says, further access to parking and servicing areas should not occur from Kerr Street, but from local streets, service lanes, and to the side rear. I would have a challenge with that and concern with that because this is a small neighborhood, and now we're putting everything on one side of this development. So can we not consider looking at access to Kerr Street or some creative way of doing that? I'm not saying that there's an answer to it, but to address that issue with respect to what I'm trying to say is the traffic congestion and parking and so forth, and service vehicles coming onto Wilson Street has a concern. So something that might be considered as part of the dialogue with the developer.
Through your worship, we can certainly add that as a matter to be reviewed through the technical review of this application.
And my third comment with respect to the development of going to 6 stories, and understanding which in your presentation, Paul, the street level will not be any business or commercial. Would there not be consideration of that having the livable floor and taking away the opportunity to go to 6 and maybe looking at possibly 5 because there's not going to be any commercial on that level? Is there any consideration by the developer to look at that too? Maybe the possibility of reducing the height, knowing full well that a street level it doesn't have those amenities.
Through you, your worship, the building height and transitions to the stable residential area, that has been included on the matters to be considered through the technical review. So staff will review that and report back through the recommendation report.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dudek.
Thank you. My colleagues raised some of the issues I was also going to raise. The one issue that I have heard from some people is the concern regarding the terracing being, instead of at 3 stories, it's at 4 stories. So is that something that staff can look at in regards to the built form impact for the residents across from this? The reason being, some have referenced the fact they're concerned that they're going to be faced with a 4-story facade abutting the residential neighborhood. So if that's something that could be addressed, whether or not looking at terracing at 3 versus 4 might be of consideration. The other thing I've heard from some of the residents, and I thank you very much for outlining them the way you have, is the setbacks from the Wilson frontage, what it currently is and what it's being proposed in the new built form for the application. And the other thing is deliveries, how that will impact the immediate area in terms of delivering and backup beepers and that sort of thing. So those are other ones that I would share in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I can see them scribbling away quite industriously. Thanks to Councillor Dudek and Councillor Chisholm. Anyone else? Well then, Mr. Planning Director and Mr. Planner, do you, oh, right. Council, good news, we have delegations. I hear 3. Who's first? Well, call the delegations.
Our first delegation is Melinda McRory with MHBC Planning.
welcome. Council looks forward to your information, and as I speak, you appear to have a presentation being brought up.
Good evening and welcome to the public meeting for the proposed development at 152 Wilson Street. My name is Melinda McCrory from MHBC Planning, and on behalf of our clients, Spruce Partners Inc. and Amico Properties Inc., we will be providing a presentation to inform the public on the proposal and supporting applications submitted for the subject lands for official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment. We will start by providing a brief overview of the policy and regulatory framework. The subject lands are designated as growth area per Schedule G of the official plan and Main Street 1 mixed use and lands eligible for bonusing per Schedule 01 of the official plan. The official plan amendment seeks to implement the bonusing provisions of the official plan to allow for 6 stories, to allow for the retirement home use to occupy the ground floor rather than commercial, community, cultural, and office uses, and to permit the building to be stepped back at the 4th story rather than the 3rd story. The subject lands are currently zoned as community use CU. A zoning bylaw amendment is proposed to bring the zone into conformity with the livable Oakville official plan designation of Main Street 1 to be rezoned as Mixed Use 1. The Mixed Use 1 zone permits retirement homes. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment seeks to apply a site-specific exception to the existing MU1 zone in order to address maximum permitted height of 6 stories and 23 meters, excluding the mechanical penthouse, and site-specific modifications to setbacks. The proposal. The proposal will facilitate the redevelopment of the 0.73 hectare property currently occupied by the Lions Foundation of Canada Dog Guides building within Kerr Village. The Lions Foundation has decided to relocate to 1933 Iron Oak Way in Oakville to satisfy their demand for additional space to accommodate their growing facility and to improve their overall operations and accessibility. The proposal is for a 6-story seniors residence with 230 suites and approximately 20,368 square meters of total gross floor area and will provide a continuum of seniors care, including memory care, assisted living, and independent living suites. All suites will be rental in tenure. The proposal will create approximately 100 new jobs. The development footprint is generally consistent with the footprint of the existing building on the subject lands. The building is set back 5 meters from the north property line, 20.97 meters from the east property line for the majority of the building, 3.85 meters for the enclosed loading area, a minimum of 2 meters from the south property line, and a minimum of 3 meters from the west property line. The setback from Wilson Street at almost 21 meters has been implemented to ensure that the proposed building provides a significant setback to the existing low-density residential on the east side of Wilson Street. Streetscape enhancement measures have been proposed along Rebecca Street and Kerr Street frontages, with both streets proposed to be lined with generous landscaping to animate the street. There are 2 entrances to the building proposed. The main entrance is located at the southeast corner of the building, shown here in red, with 1 door on the Rebecca Street frontage and 1 door on the Wilson Street frontage. The secondary entrance is on the southwest corner of the building, shown here in green, and provides access to the bistro. The strategic placement of the entrances and doors will serve the purpose of animating the streetscape and will provide convenient access for pedestrians to the surrounding street network. The main floor bistro will have an outdoor patio area with tables, and the greenhouse also has an outdoor area where plants can be kept and tended to by residents. Both of these amenities will further contribute to the enhancement of the streetscape. The proposed development will offer a wide range of in-house amenities, activities, and services to enhance quality of life and support independence of residents. Outdoor amenity space is provided at the northern side of the building as an outdoor dining area adjacent to the Westwood Park, shown here in yellow. The building design continues to maintain views and vistas to Westwood Park. There is potential to consider physical park integration with a potential access point and connection to Westwood Park considered from the subject lands at this location. Indoor amenity space is provided on the ground floor and includes amenities such as a library, greenhouse, bistro, salon and spa, pool, fitness studio, theater and chapel, bar and lounge, kitchen, and dining areas. In addition, the seniors' residence will include a concierge and dedicated transportation for scheduled shopping and excursions. Residents will also have the opportunity to take part in a range of recreational, social, creative, and fitness activities organized by the Life Enrichment staff. Balconies are also proposed for many of the units to provide private amenity areas as an option for residents. Overall, the proposed development includes just over 3,800 square meters of indoor amenity space and 1,870 square meters of outdoor amenity space. Amenity space is provided on the second floor in the form of an outdoor memory care garden court and an outdoor terrace gaining access from the northwest wing of the building from the second floor. The seniors' residence will have 230 suites, including 104 assisted living and memory care units and 126 independent living units. The memory care units will include a bathroom, living area, and bedroom, and will have an average unit size of 37 square meters. The assisted living units will include a kitchenette, bathroom, living area, and bedroom, and have an average unit size of 51 square meters. The independent living units located on the upper floors may include a full or partial kitchen, bathroom, living area, and either 1 or 2 bedrooms, and will have a unit size ranging from 65 square meters to 74 square meters. All units will be able to utilize the common areas and shared dining facility. The at-grade parking area proposed is also consistent with the existing parking area on the subject lands at the east side of the building gaining access from Wilson Street, shown here in green, with a delineated entrance and exit driveway. The underground access is provided from the northern driveway from Wilson Street, shown here in yellow. Loading and garbage areas have been located in the northeast corner of the ground floor, shown here in red, adjacent to the underground ramp access point. There are 2 designated loading spaces for loading, moving, and garbage collection purposes that will be secured behind a door to ensure noise impacts from loading and garbage operations are minimized. With a total of 230 suites, the proposed development generates the need for 76 parking stalls at a rate of 0.33 spaces per the zoning bylaw. The proposed development has been designed to incorporate surplus parking with a total of 110 parking spaces, with 13 parking spaces at grade and 97 parking spaces below grade. This provides a surplus of 34 spaces. The at-grade parking will be utilized exclusively by visitors, with additional parking provided below grade for visitors, staff, and residents. A total of 5 accessible parking stalls are provided, 4 at grade and 1 below grade. The proposal also includes 25 bicycle parking spaces in the underground parking facility and 8 visitor bicycle parking spaces at grade. The proposed build form has a total height of 23 meters, with the ground floor at 5 meters in height. Setbacks have been incorporated into the building facade to minimize shadow impacts and to ensure an appropriate interface with the public realm. Setbacks are provided on each facade at the 4th story, where the building transitions from brick to glass. The Wilson Street frontage incorporates setbacks from the enclosed garbage and loading areas at 2 stories to the 3rd story and 4th story. The materiality is still conceptual, but is currently proposed to include a combination of red brick, gray brick, precast concrete, and glass materials. The proposed development incorporates height and massing that implements the vision of the official plan for intensification along Kerr Street in Kerr Village, while ensuring appropriate setbacks and stepbacks in the built form to provide a transition to the low-density neighborhood to the east. The proposed development respects the angular plane relationship as shown here. The proposed development includes a minor encroachment into the angular plane to the Westwood Park for the east and west building wings, with the center of the building respecting the angular plane due to the building's U shape. As shown here, for the months of April and June, the proposed development maintains a minimum of 5 consecutive hours of sunlight on surrounding properties, including Westwood Park to the north and the existing residential to the east, in accordance with town requirements. As also shown here, for the months of March, September, and December, the proposed development also maintains a minimum of 5 consecutive hours of sunlight on surrounding properties, including Westwood Park to the north and the existing residential to the east. For the reasons presented in this presentation, and as further discussed in our planning justification report, the proposed development and associated official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment applications serve to implement an appropriate development for the subject lands in keeping with the policies and intent of the Town of Oakville official plan. Thank you for listening to our presentation this evening. We are happy to respond to any questions. Our contact information has also been included if there are any questions that arise following this meeting for those unable to attend the virtual session.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Councillor Dudek has a question.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for your presentation. 2 things came to mind other than the ones already identified. You had mentioned the garbage in the northeast portion of the property, I believe. And I'm just concerned, as I identified earlier, about loading, unloading, and backup beepers. What steps are being taken to mitigate that?
Thank you for the question. Through you, Your Worship. As of now, the current design currently shows the loading area in that location. So we have enclosed the loading and garbage within an enclosed structure. So it will be screened with doors. It isn't exposed. It's fully enclosed within the building. So that will help mitigate noise impacts on residents.
Okay. Thank you. And if the applicant can maybe give consideration regarding the timing of delivery, sometimes I know that being in close proximity to residential neighborhoods, there's a need to be sensitive to not having something delivered at 4 a.m., 5 a.m., something of that nature, but that's a little premature. The other thing that comes to mind, I know in the Ronnie Road Amica building, there was concern raised regarding a shuttle that was to be used for the residents. Where has there been consideration as to where that shuttle will be placed? I know that in the other one we had to put screening, or we requested screening to sort of mitigate the fact that you were going to have a shuttle at the front of the building.
Through you, Your Worship, thank you for the question again. The proposed shuttle to serve residents would be accessed through the Wilson Street entrance and exit. There is landscaping that is proposed along the Wilson Street frontage. And as shown in the landscape plan, we are proposing significant plantings along that frontage, and will maintain that existing vegetation where possible. So screening will definitely be provided to that at-grade parking area.
Okay. And the integration with Westwood Park, you had mentioned something about possibly in the future. I know there is no access point at the present time. Have you had any preliminary discussions, or the applicant, with our park staff in regards to that feasibility?
Through you, Your Worship, but we have not had those conversations yet, but our client is definitely interested in that integration and considering an access point there if Parks and Recreation is willing to consider that.
Okay, so it's not dependent on it. It'd be a nice thing to.
Exactly.
The other thing is, in regards to the public, what kind of public access will there be? And I can understand from a security standpoint, you don't want people coming and going. But I know that the applicant had originally mentioned they are very community-minded and they wanted to interact with the immediate community. So what of those amenity things are the public going to be able to have access to?
Through you, Your Worship, the amenity proposed at grade, and I believe this also speaks to a previous question raised, is that the amenity will be utilized by residents of the building only. Okay. So while the outdoor bistro and greenhouse area is proposed to animate the streetscape in terms of seating area, access to residents will only be provided through the main entrance at the southeast corner, which is the main entrance to the building. So in terms of security, any visitors will go through that door.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dudek. Councillor Knoll? You're looking muted on my screen, Councillor.
I'm such a tech Luddite, I apologize. I can't help but question the proposal to not have any retail or public access space along Kerr Street on the west face. It's Main Street 1 zoning, and I mean, Kerr Street has rapidly become a premier shopping, dining area, and I think it's a shame that the applicant, you, have not taken advantage of that fact. We had a similar long-term care center built on Oak Park Boulevard, and we heard all kinds of promises about how it's going to animate the street and create, interesting, things to look at in the street and such, and it's basically just a wall, and it's impacted the ability of Oak Park Boulevard to actually develop as a retail space. This big wall, which is essentially what it's going to be, is going to detract from the retail viability of that street. Could you reconsider potentially adding some retail to the west face on Kerr Street so that we can have a contiguous retail strip along that road? Right now, there's a gap. There's always been a gap with the Lions there, but this is an opportunity to connect those pieces, and I think it's an excellent business opportunity for the developer as well, frankly, and potentially something interesting for the residents to participate in. Would you reconsider providing some sort of retail space along that Kerr Street face?
Through you, Your Worship, this topic actually was something that our client has had some discussions with staff on, and what was discussed is that the requirement for retail at this location does really predate the relocation of the fire station on the west side of Kerr Street, which is immediate opposite of the subject lands. So in discussions with staff, it was discussed that the implementation of the fire hall use, it has changed the character of the Kerr Street and Rebecca Street intersection, and that the proposed use, being amenity space that still animates the streetscape but will be served, will serve the seniors' use, better complements this fire hall station use than multiple commercial, retail, and office uses would in terms of access and loading and transportation and conflicts that could occur there. So we have designed a streetscape that is animated with the outdoor bistro at this corner, and to date, based on our conversations with our client and with staff, commercial isn't something that they're looking to consider in this location.
I just want to re-clarify. I know it's been asked before, but I just want to get it completely in my head. The bistro, is it strictly for the residents, or is there some opportunity for members of the public to be able to use the bistro as well?
Through you, Your Worship, it is only for residents, but with visitors visiting the residents, will of course have the opportunity to go to the bistro with the residents in the building.
Right. Well, I think as much as we need seniors housing in our community and in every community at this day and age, I think it's a real shame to miss the opportunity to create more retail space, notwithstanding the challenges around the fire hall there. I don't think that it I can see there be a potential parking challenge, but I still think it's something that could be worked through, and I'm disappointed not to see it. But I do like the use overall. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knoll. I next have Councillors Hazlitt-Thiel and Giddings. Councillor Hazlitt-Thiel.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. I wondered if you could just share with us if there have been any adjustments or changes to the design that take into consideration COVID and the fact that this is part of what we will be experiencing, not just this year and next year, but need to be conscious of in the designing of these facilities. And in particular, I think about the families who, they couldn't connect with a senior because the design of the building didn't even, consider how you would connect from a distance. So I'm wondering what thought has been put into that by the developer.
Through you, Your Worship, thank you for that question. I do appreciate the concern given the current pandemic. I can assure you that our client and their preferred operator, they do have a very stringent COVID protocol in place. So in terms of moving forward with design considerations in the building, understanding that we are still working through the pandemic and have to, be iterative. Our clients, they have assured us that all of their facilities, they implement all safety procedures. They're in constant discussions with leaders in the health industry, including the World Health Organization, Public Health Agency of Canada, local health authorities. They have taken measures to ensure that they're dedicating staffing at all their residents. So prohibiting staff from sharing responsibilities within other residents. All staff are wearing masks throughout their shifts and ensuring that social distancing measures are implemented in terms of physical distancing for meals and activities. And currently in some facilities, common areas, or in all facilities, common areas are closed and daily meals are delivered and activities are adapted to in-suite and online. So they have adapted given the current pandemic and will continue to follow what our leaders in the health world say in terms of how to ensure that we are implementing safety to the highest degree in these facilities.
So I thank you for that, but that doesn't answer my question. I would expect that a long-term care operator will do everything in their power to protect our seniors and to adapt. I'm asking you to design it in a way that thinks beyond how you operate today, but reaches out and demonstrates, can you design it better and differently in anticipation that this is something that we will struggle with as a society. And I think it's incumbent on you to do it, given the timing. Now's the time to rethink a plan that would provide less need to adapt and more to be ready. And I would love to see that when you come back.
Through you, Your Worship, thank you for that. And I will say in this design in particular, it does have the outdoor terrace and outdoor dining area that do allow for opportunities for outdoor social distancing as well. So those are a few things that are implemented in the current design, but we will absolutely take that back.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Giddings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate Councillor Hazlitt-Thiel bringing the building design and COVID up. My question concerns parking. I'm a fairly regular visitor to this type of facility throughout Halton and through Peel, and everyone that I go to, there's a parking concern or issue relating to lack of parking. So if I understand you correctly, you've got 34 surplus parking spaces. So all parking will be on site?
Through you, Your Worship, yes. We are currently providing parking, a total of 110 parking spaces for 230 units. So that represents, when considering the zoning bylaw rate of 0.33 spaces per unit, that works out to be a surplus of 34 spaces. So rather than a rate of 0.33 spaces per unit, it's a total of 0.48 spaces per unit. And all parking is on site.
I appreciate that. So the surplus refers to our zoning regulation. It's surplus to our zoning.
Through you, Your Worship, that is correct.
All right. All right, that's a topic for another day. I get rather disappointed when I'm told to park at the GO train station or park across the road at the stores because all their spaces are full of, with PSWs, service providers, visitors, staff, shift change. It's particularly difficult. And with 4 disabled spaces, that meets our zoning as well. And do you have any idea how, based on your experience on a facility of this size, how many residents would have vehicles and that would typically require a disabled sticker?
Through you, Your Worship, I can't speak to that. That is definitely a question I can take back to our client based on their other facilities. So I would have to take that back to our client.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Council, for your many questions. We have several delegations. Shall I ask the clerk to call the delegations? There's no objection. Please start calling the delegations.
The next delegation is Bill Whitaker.
Welcome, Mr. Whitaker. Council looks forward to your information.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Oh, good. Mayor Burton and councilors, this is Bill Whitaker. I live directly across from this particular project. I have heard a lot of the points, and I'm not going to go over something or a lot of the stuff that has been said, except that this is definitely not compatible to this area or the surrounding uses. And I think if you read my letter, we gave you some examples. On the other hand, the loading and unloading and garbage pickup, the bus should be moved to Kerr Street at the would be the northwest corner because it impacts Head Street and our neighbor to the north of us, and we're both directly virtually across from that loading and unloading area. So we do believe that this is a should be moved to Kerr Street. Now, as to traffic, Wilson Street is a bypass for Kerr Street going along Bond, and believe me, when it's 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the shortcut becomes a speedway. We have all kinds of people coming up and down the street all day long from the residents of Oaklands, and this is, we're just waiting for somebody to get knocked off because the traffic is horrendous. And of course, the parking in the area, people park in front of our house and our neighbor's house. They come in the morning and they're gone all day, and they come back at 5 or 6 o'clock, and this happens down Wilson Street. It happens on Chisholm Street, and I'm sure the same thing is happening down around John Street, south of Rebecca. So we have, quite a concern about this, that there is going to be a lot of extra traffic. And the only other thing that I really want to say is that in my letter, we don't want a monolith. We definitely think that this should be set back at 3 stories, and there should only be 5 stories because of the of not having the the office space and retail on Kerr Street. That's it for me. I think well, everything else has, been said. There were some good points. Thanks to Kathy and Ray for, coming to plate on this and bringing out some very good points. And I will sign off.
Thank you, Mr. Whitaker. Any questions for Mr. Whitaker, Council? Thank you, Mr. Whitaker. Madam Clerk, would you please call the next delegation?
Next delegation is Paul Sustronk from Spruce Partners, Inc. He's the applicant and available for questions if you have any.
Council, do you have questions for the applicant? He's available for you, but he doesn't have a presentation. Councillor Robertson?
Hi, my first question goes to the parking issue and your past experience, and that has already been brought up. With 126 units of independent living, what generally do you see as the percentage that actually have cars? And in terms of staff, knowing that with COVID, the push is to go to a lot less part-time staff, so your shift changes won't be throughout the day, they'll be at scheduled times that will overlap. My biggest concern, I guess, is about parking, and with your experience, could you elaborate a little more?
Am I on the mic here?
You are heard very well, thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you for the question. Through your worship, I think that what we're proposing in terms of parking is a significant benefit compared to where they are right now. The parking usage from existing tenants is very, very small, minimal. So I don't see, whereas with the 34 extra spaces, whereas there's going to be any issue, I do not believe that this facility will create people that are going to park on Head or Bond or Wilson, is our view of our parking allotment to date.
So even with staff, you don't see it being a problem?
I do not.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Mr. Sustronk, Councillor Knoll has a question.
Just to follow up to Councillor Robertson's question, how many staff are there at the peak period of the day?
At a peak period, it generally runs about 40 to 50 people at peak.
Okay, so 40 to 50 with a shift change, you're going to run into parking problems. I mean, that's clear.
So that would include, sir, that would include a shift change.
So you're saying there's 40 to 50 during a shift change?
That's correct.
So
50 at shift change.
So like 25 coming on and 25 going off?
No, they would come on at different times, come on and off at different times.
Okay.
Largely staggered in terms of staff. I could give you more information on that in future if you'd like.
I'd love to see that, because you've heard from a few folks the question about parking.
Yeah.
That would be great to have that extra input. Thank you. And I'm going to ask you the same question I asked before of your consultant with respect to the retail. I understand what we were just told, but I'm trying to understand what the challenge is around. I keep hearing this fire station challenge. What is this challenge with the fire station? Is it parking, or is there some other issue?
So if you look at, in my sense, or what I've seen, if you look at the area which you cannot park on the east side of the street,
right, the no stop
result of the fire engines needing clearing space to make their turn, there would be no way to have parking on the east side of the street.
Right.
So that hinders supply to retailers. It also hinders people that want to go to a shop very quickly, having any parking available to them. It just seems like a non-starter.
Have you done a study to justify that position in terms of traffic and parking, and somebody validated that to be an issue? I mean, in Main Street areas, parking isn't always plentiful, and we see that often downtown. and stores are still viable. So do you have justification for that position?
We have not done a study to that effect, no.
Okay, I would, hopefully staff will comment on that when they bring this back, because I am as I mentioned before, I'm very concerned about the lack of retail on a main street. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sestrunk, for being available and answering council's questions. Madam
Thank
Clerk,
you for having me.
do you have another delegation? We have another one, council. Stand by.
Our next delegation is Gavin Virgo.
Welcome, sir. Council looks forward to your information. We not only can hear you, we can see you. So welcome.
All right. Wonderful. Thank you. We actually do have a presentation here as well, so we'd ask that the staff line that up if possible. Okay. Thanks very much, and feel free to advance to the next slide here. Thank you. So thanks everybody for your time this evening and for taking the time to hear the comments from the community and the various stakeholders. My name is Gavin Virgo, and I, along with my spouse Laura and our young daughters, one aged 3 and one aged 12 weeks, are residents on Wilson Street. We're immediately across from the proposed development. 5 years ago, we moved from downtown Toronto to Oakville. We had chosen this town for home and to plant roots and to raise children. We've established a strong presence of connection to our community and our home, both of our daughters born here. And so it did cause us some concern in February to learn that Amico and Spruce Partners were preparing to submit a proposal to redevelop the site at 152 Wilson Street. That's currently home to our quiet neighbors at the Lions Foundation of Canada Dog Guides, into a sprawling, high-density, 6-story retirement residence with 230 units. This development is immediately across the street from our family home. It is proposed to have a main driveway that is directly opposite our own driveway on a mostly quiet and residential street. We do understand that the applicant here has commissioned various reports and studies, renderings touting the merits of this project and frankly downplaying the implications for the community and the nearby residents. And while the applicant has produced descriptions and pictures portraying a decidedly upscale experience, and we don't doubt their sincere effort to deliver it, we do have significant concerns about the size and scale of this development, its impact on the community, and its impact on our family personally, given our proximity immediately across the street and facing the main driveway. Next slide, please. Firstly, I'll start off by suggesting this development on this scale should be subject to some meaningful community consultation among all stakeholders. It shouldn't be hurried through and forced upon the community. We first learned about this project in mid-February via invitation to a public information meeting, which we attended with numerous other residents on a cold night and virtually on the eve of COVID-19 pandemic, which may have stifled attendance. The intention of this meeting was not to solicit and collect input from residents. Attendees were presented with the applicant's completed vision for the development, including a controversial bonusing request. In our opinion, this meeting was a box-checking exercise for the applicant. The next slide, please. And I will note that we are not fundamentally opposed to this concept and the use of these spaces of retirement home, although we would question whether it is the highest and best use of this space. It is the size and the scale of this project that is off-putting and seemingly unprecedented in the town of Oakville, given the immediate adjacency to single-family residential homes. There would appear to be very few and exceptional instances of high-density residential developments in Oakville which are immediately adjacent to low-density residential homes, and for good reason. Residents have come to know and expect thoughtful planning decisions that are executed well by most accounts. As this committee will know, most high-density residential projects are buffered by ample trees and green space, or else adjacent to multifamily with proper transition. And frankly, I would challenge the town to point to relevant precedents here and the developer too. The applicant here is applying for bonusing on the site, or at least we had heard that they were until an earlier clarification that this is perhaps an application to just build a 6-story building without regard for bonusing. But nonetheless requesting to build 2 stories higher than permitted on the basis of community benefits. And although we do appreciate that there are certain elements of the design choices that are appealing, we would submit that the proposed benefits fall short for the community benefits test. Furthermore, we would submit that the standard for community benefits for bonusing eligibility should be especially high when looking at the magnitude of the impact. In this case, the direct adjacency to single-family homes. Next slide, please. Beyond the bonusing request, we do find the applicant's bold request for an exemption regarding a requirement for a 3rd-story step back to be offensive to the Wilson Street residents. The applicant has requested such step back occur at the 4th floor on the Wilson Street frontage. This clearly impacts the visuals and the presentation of the building on the Wilson Street side. A requirement for a 3rd-story step back on buildings directly adjacent to single-family homes is clearly codified in the livable Oakville plan. It ought to reassure residents that they will not face a brick wall and live in the shadow of a large and imposing building. The setback requirement is also a focal point for residents on the east and the Wilson side of the development. The applicant reports that the main portion of the building is sufficiently set back at approximately 21 meters. However, the floor and site plans submitted to this committee show the setback is less than 4 meters at the northeast corner of the site. Pedestrians on Wilson Street and Head Street will have a bird's eye view of a 2 to 3 story enclosed garbage and loading facility. Residents and pedestrians on Wilson Street, south of Head Street, will have their view of green space in Westwood Park abruptly blocked by an invasive structure on the northeast section of the site. Next slide, please. And while we recognize the importance of encouraging thoughtful development and densification of targeted areas, it is equally important to manage and mitigate the impact on infrastructure and roads. And this brings us to another critical topic, traffic. As parents of young children, traffic is a paramount consideration for us. Obviously, a high-density development with 230 units will have a marked and adverse impact on area traffic, primarily impacting the mostly quiet streets of Wilson Street and Head Street. We have meaningful concerns about increased vehicle volumes and speeds on Wilson Street, given the proximity of residential driveways, including ours, which is right across a 2-lane street from the proposed main driveway. The reality will be a marked increase in traffic on other nearby streets as well, including Head Street, Chisholm Street, and Bond Street, and they'll become thoroughways for vehicles accessing the site, given the presence of signalized intersections at Chisholm and Rebecca and Bond and Kern. We and other nearby residents have significant concerns about street parking, which we've heard tonight. These would inevitably be used as a more convenient option to the development's mostly subsurface spaces. Next slide, please. We do realize that this is an information and fact-finding meeting tonight, as articulated by the mayor earlier. We are suggesting that council should reject this application and send the applicant back to the drawing board. Scrap the bonusing, the extra 2 stories. Drop the request for a 4th-story setback on an exception basis. Move the unsightly 2 to 3 story enclosed garbage and loading facility suggested for the northeast portion of the property, which is an eyesore for passerbys. Reposition the driveway to manage and mitigate the real and unpleasant traffic impact on Wilson Street and Head Street, which is also dangerous for residentials. This tract of land is well located, and whatever goes here should be additive to the neighborhood, not imposing over nearby homes. We would ask that this council take a critical view of this project. Is this consistent with the vision for Kerr Village and for Oakville? This question should be especially important when considering the alleged community benefits for purposes of the bonusing request. As I stated earlier, the community benefits here fall short. Unfortunately, the main benefits here are reserved for Amico and Spruce Partners investors. Next slide, please. I'd like to finish on this slide, which is neatly excerpted from the applicant's traffic study, which frankly we thought was inadequate. It had completely excluded the impact of nearby side streets. We think this image here says a lot. It depicts a property that would be overbuilt relative to its size. It meaningfully encroaches on the single-family homes on the east side of Wilson Street, with a clear lack of transition between a large-scale development and single-family homes. This proposal does not fit in the community context, and we do hope that this council arrives at the same conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. As soon as I can see council, I'll look and see if we have questions for you. Are there questions for them? Thank you very much for your information. And Madam Clerk?
Thank you for your time.
The clerk's going to call the next delegation.
Our last listed delegation is Mario Lolo.
Hello and welcome. Council looks forward.
Good evening, Mayor Burton, councilors.
We can hear you very well. We look forward to your information.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening on this proposal. I would just like to add to the excellent presentation by the Virgo family and Mr. Bill Whitaker. Our family is a resident of the immediate neighborhood, that being on Bond Street of this proposed development. And our family has been present on Bond Street for over 65 years, perhaps one of the oldest in the entire area. And for those of you on the call tonight who are familiar with this older core of Oakville, I think you will recognize a number of historical homes and use of the properties in this area as being sort of old Oakville, as we can call it. And while we all understand that the gentrification of the Canadian population is happening and the need for these sorts of developments is an important one, we do want to keep in respect with the existing use of the properties surrounding this proposed development, and that being single-family dwellings and the density of those. I had made an earlier submission in written format that had detailed a number of our concerns, but particularly the nature of this facility is a significant departure from the historical use of the property. Primarily the density and the traffic required to support such a facility is significant. And the traffic planning that was done by the applicant and such outlines some of this, but it doesn't necessarily underscore the impact on the immediate neighborhood, in particular those residents of Wilson Street. Being on Bond Street ourselves, we often see the effects of the challenges on Kerr Street by being used as a bypass. And at certain times of the day, depending upon issues that may be happening or the use of the fire station and the activity thereof, we can get significant overflow traffic coming onto our streets. And unfortunately, for some reason, that traffic just wants to go as fast as possible. So it creates a significant safety concern for us. But the reality is that the existing plan, even though such a facility in concept would be welcome anywhere in Oakville, but in its current form is difficult to envision in terms of its size and the capacity of traffic that it's going to have to harbor, particularly with the ingress and egress on Wilson Street. And so just summarizing what I'm attempting to say here, and I think echoing what Bill Whitaker and the Virgo family have also underscored here, the challenge is that the immediate neighborhood will be affected by the amount of traffic that will be flowing into and out of this facility at different times of the day. So some of this is commercial traffic, waste management, things of that nature. Other traffic is residents and visitors, etc. And being very familiar with these types of facilities, of having family members who live in them, and perhaps I may live in this one at some point in the near future, or hopefully distant future. However, having said that, we have to be very cognizant of the fact that we're going to have heavy, large vehicles that are traversing the streets, which do not happen now. And so my concern is that the existing plan should have consideration in terms of managing that amount of traffic, at least, or rather in the very least, is moving some of that over, if not all of it, onto Kerr Street or Rebecca Streets, which would, of course, change the general plan. And in just commenting on the setback and the total number of stories that are provisioned or envisioned here for this plan, at least 5 stories would be a preferable maximum with this 3-story setback if we could get it. So I will not labor through the other points here, but I will ask Council and yourself, Mayor Burton, to consider some of these issues that the residents of this core part of Oakville are very concerned about, and something that we want to see carried forward in any development of this area. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your information and for your previous submissions, which all of council has read. And there being no questions for you, thank you very much for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
All right, council, it's, you have less than an hour left for the other 4 items on your agenda, and I have good news. We have time reserved for you to resume if you don't get through everything in the next hour, tomorrow evening at 6:30. So I hope you can make it. It's time to see if we have finished adding the issues to the list for the planning department. Does anyone have anything to add? All right, I'll ask the planning director to rhyme off what he took down, and I'll look to a councillor to move the recommendation.
Through your worship, and in addition to the items noted on page 100 and 101 of the report, I feel mostly that we've covered them, but I thought I'd highlight some specifically to reflect the input I heard tonight. So first one is consider alternate vehicle access locations to the building versus what is proposed. Second, consider terracing starting at 3 stories rather than 4 stories. Third one, consider design changes that would respond to COVID-19 challenges. Next one, provide a breakdown of how parking spaces are being allocated, including the shift change. And lastly, provide a justification as to why retail is not being provided as a result of parking not available on the east side of Kerr Street.
Thank you. Can I have a mover for that report? Councillor Dudek, thank you. Is there any objection to the report? Madam Clerk, there is no objection. The motion carries. Thank you, Council. The next item is another public meeting report, and this is on the MGO Phase 2 6th line matter. We have a presentation from Kate Coburn, our planner, and if there's anyone watching the meeting who'd like to participate in this, to speak to this item, please call 905-815-6095 so we can connect you to the meeting, and you'll be called to speak following the registered delegations. Kate, we're all yours now.
Great, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, members of council, and for any members of the public that are watching this evening. It's a little late, and it's been a while since I've been here. It's good to be back. For you this evening, I have a presentation for a zoning bylaw amendment on behalf of MGO North Oakville Limited. This particular proposal relates to revisions to a draft approved plan of subdivision that have also been submitted in conjunction with the application. And the report can be found on page 131 of tonight's agenda for your reference. The purpose of tonight's meeting is to introduce the application to council and the public and obtain any further comments or for our review as it relates to this application. And for anyone who is watching this evening and would like to speak on this matter, they can call 905-815-6095. The subject lands are located on the east side of 6th Line, north of Carnegie Drive. The subject lands are within a draft approved plan of subdivision, which was approved by the Ontario Municipal Board in 2017. Phase 1 of the subdivision, outlined in red, was registered in 2019, and Phase 2, outlined in the black areas, remains draft approved. As noted, the applicant has also submitted a revision to the draft approved plan of subdivision lands for staff's consideration. The density within the approved Phase 2 portion of lands is 33 units per hectare, and the effect of the proposed revision to the draft plan will result in an increase in density to 38 units per hectare, still within the requirements for the North Oakville East Secondary Plan area. The proposed application is to facilitate changes to the draft approved plan of subdivision. The rezoning will have the effect of modifying the existing zoning regulations to address the number of live-work units that are located at the intersection of Marvin Avenue and 6th Line. This is a highlight area of that particular intersection. The original activity node area had been located further south, but through the approval of the MGO subdivision, it was located at Marvin Avenue and 6th Line. As these lands are within the activity node, the rezoning will also address the built form. Rather than traditional live-work units with one residential unit above a commercial unit, the applicant is proposing 2 residential units above a larger commercial space that will also be connected to additional townhouse units. This is in order to provide better viability in the commercial space within the activity node. The applicant is also proposing additional commercial space within their development on the west side of 6th Line. So again, as you can see on the slide, the mixed-use building proposed on the west side of 6th Line is within the Argo West Morrison Creek development that is currently under review. And the subject lands with this application is on the east side, containing these 4 blocks on the north and south side of Marvin Avenue. The proposed rezoning will also modify lot dimensions for the townhouse units with rear lane access. This will accommodate an additional variety of housing forms within the development. As you can see on the left side of the slide, the rear lane townhouse units are predominantly located along 6th Line, with the rear lanes provided internal to the development. The varying color pattern, as you can see here, between the light orange and dark orange would indicate the variety that the applicant is proposing. This phase of the subdivision will see a mixture of detached and townhouse dwelling units. As I mentioned, with the townhouse dwelling units fronting predominantly on 6th Line, the blue colored areas behind those units are what we would refer to as a smaller lot single with rear lane access. And these lots in the northern portion, within the peach color, yellow, and greens, are our more standard detached dwelling lots. There is a small portion of townhouse dwelling units that are identified here on the north end. The other component of the rezoning application will actually address a portion of lands that are located in this north portion, which are held over as a residential reserve block. This is important to note as the lands to the north, also owned by the applicant, are also under redevelopment for an additional addition to the subdivision. The lands that are to be merged need to correspond with the correct zoning. So staff are undertaking a rezoning of these lands to ensure that there is coordination between the zoning for the future development to the north. Staff would also note that the phase 2 of the subdivision, and including the additional units that have been accommodated, are included and approved within the 2020 Regional Servicing Allocation Program, and that the development is not dependent on the future urbanization and on-street parking within 6th Line. The subject lands are designated neighborhood area in the North Oakville East figure number 2, and are included within the North Oakville East secondary plan master plan, which are further identified as neighborhood center, which are predominantly along 6th Line, and general urban area, which are the remaining portions of the subdivision. The North Oakville master plan illustrates a conceptual design approved from 2008 for the development of the North Oakville East planning area. For this subdivision, the town reached a settlement with the developer, and it was subsequently approved by the Ontario Municipal Board in 2017. The development has been deemed to be consistent with the objectives of the master plan, and the proposed rezoning application will be evaluated to be consistent with those same objectives. And this proposal appears to maintain those objectives of the plan. The existing zoning on the property affected by the application is known as NC 40 along the portions along 6th Line, as well as the portion to the north end I mentioned earlier as NC-1 41, Special Provision 41. The application proposes to maintain the existing zone category, so there'll be no change in the zoning category, but it will modify certain provisions which would facilitate the corresponding revisions to the draft plan. The existing zoning bylaw provides that live-work units must be accommodated within the vicinity of Marvin Avenue and 6th Line, which is located in this junction right here. This would typically accommodate 20 traditional live-work units, whereas the applicant is proposing for non-traditional units within this vicinity. Additionally, the effect of the rezoning will provide modifications to the lot dimensions of the lane-based townhouse units, which will accommodate a variety of housing stock within the development, and would result in a change from the NC 141 to be consistent with the NC 40, which is aligned with changes that have since been passed with OPA 321. This slide reflects the various matters identified by staff and are captured within the staff report. And we continue to review the application. These matters specifically are related to ensure that the confirmation that the applicant is a member of good standing with the North Oakville Developers Landowners Association and is party to the cost-sharing agreement, that there is consistency with the provincial policy statement and conformity with the growth plan, that the design and functionality of the live-work units located in the neighborhood activity node are maintained, and that the coordination of residential reserve blocks with the adjacent plans of the subdivision and zoning. And finally, that the layout and laneway alterations within the subdivision are consistent with those policies. In conclusion, Mr. Mayor and Council, I put forth to you the recommendations noted on this slide, and that additional comments received tonight will form part of the public record and be constituted within staff's future staff report, and that staff will be returning to council with a recommendation at a future meeting. Should you have any questions, I'm available to answer them.
Thank you very much. Council, we have no public delegations, but the applicant or someone representing the applicant is available if you have questions of them. Let's start with, do you have questions for our staff? Councillor Palmer.
Thanks for your presentation, Kate. Could you please confirm where the mixed use will be in this application? I lost you a bit when you spoke of the West Morrison application. So specifically for this application, will there be any mixed use?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Mixed use will be provided at the intersection of Marvin Avenue and 6th Line on both the north and south side. They will be accommodated within 4 individual blocks that will form the streetscape along Marvin Avenue and then northerly along 6th Line. There is a component of commercial space that would be accommodated that's approximately 90... pardon me, it's approximately 90 square meters in floor area for those commercial units. So 90 square meters times 4. We will see approximately 368 square meters of commercial space at that intersection for the MGO side of the development.
Okay. And so why has it been proposed now to go from 20 live work units down to 4? Is there any justification?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, the justification provided by the applicant and to a certain extent, staff are also recognizing the date of the initial approval in 2017, the markets have changed and the applicant is choosing to respond to that shift in the market, recognizing that there is a better viability with a larger square footage area on a per unit basis rather than having small individual live work spaces.
Okay. My next question is about notice to residents for this meeting. I understand that area, and people are just moving into it. So was a notice sent out? People received that notice, and because it's literally right beside those brand new units that are being built there. And then my question also is if we can somehow get notice of these types of applications to the builders or the sales office to somehow pass forward to residents who might not have moved in yet but would be interested in knowing about this development.
Through you, Mayor, to the councillor, notice has been prescribed within the standard 120 meters, and that would have included any landowners that have done any pre-purchasing of lots that have not yet moved in. The circulation for public notice was also issued to the resident association that has been established for Ward 7 as well. And thirdly, for this particular application, if you would notice that it's not just one parcel, it's actually the entire boundary of the subdivision. So the 120 meters does cast a rather large net in this area. So it would have reached quite a number of people. For that
yes,
purpose.
My concern is that, if you drive in that area, half the houses are still going up. So I don't think that it's fully occupied. And I don't think even if they were mailed out that people are receiving those notices. So I don't know if there's maybe it's something we can take offline and talk about a way to get this information to the purchasers. My next question, you touched on it a bit, was the parking on 6th line. So we've heard now in a few of the past applications that there will be visitor parking on 6th line. And I'm just trying to understand this whole theory of, visitor parking on 6th line. Is that something that's in our town strategy and a part of our town's plan? Or is this an idea that is being presented by the developers?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, the urbanization of 6th line has been something that I understand has been planned for quite some time. The environmental assessment was undertaken and approved by council in 2014. And the detailed design of this particular section of 6th line commenced about August 2019 last year. And the detailed design is what would identify the opportunities for any additional improvements to urbanizing the street, including on-street parking. So as the development was already approved prior to contemplating any opportunities on 6th line, the development is not dependent on any parking. It's a mere benefit that it is being provided there, and it would improve the functionality again within the activity node of having opportunities for on-street parking. But the development is not dependent on it. The applicant is providing more than sufficient parking within the subdivision, and I can provide to you within the zoning bylaw, the required parking is 297 spaces for residential units, and the applicant has been able to demonstrate 659 parking spaces on property. So that's not the street parking allocated within the subdivision.
Okay, so when we talk about, if we can talk about visitor parking, there's been an increase now in this new proposed plan to kind of scratch the live work units and bring in more townhouses. So with that, has the applicant brought in more visitor parking?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, in the subsequent report, what I can do is provide a further breakdown of how the additional parking is being provided. It is my understanding the requirements in the zoning bylaw for a townhouse unit is 1 space. And from the plans that we have been provided thus far, they can be provided up to 2 or more spaces depending on how big the lot is and what it can contain. So I can get back to you with how those particular parking spaces are being broken up. These numbers are separate from the on-street parking numbers that they would provide within the subdivision. So in addition to the 659 residential parking spaces that would be provided on property, there is 126 on-street parking spaces through the subdivision.
Right, but we have lane CC, lane BB, and lane AA, which basically is a laneway in between all of these units, and you can't park on the laneway. So we're looking at visitor parking to accommodate all of these units now.
Through Mr. Mayor to the councillor, the on-street parking is being provided on the individual properties. Visitor parking is being provided on the properties. Okay. To supplement the demand for visitor parking. So any overflow could be accommodated on street within the 126.
So it's a little bit of a different plan then, okay. Okay, that's all for now.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer. Councillor Elger.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. Further to Councillor Palmer's question, regarding notices set out to residents, where do we get the information? I thought they had to be registered on title. But what I just heard is that they're not read. Somehow the town gets notices or gets a distribution list, even if they're not registered on title, that they can send out to people. I just curious to see how that works.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's my understanding that through our notice protocols, as soon as a property is purchased and registered with the roll number, we have their contact information. The mailing address might not be the same as the specific property they've purchased. So for instance, you could be a Toronto resident but own property in Oakville. The notification would go to the ownership information provided on the tax roll. When it comes to parcels that have not yet been transferred, that ownership is still in the hands of the developer at that time.
So that's that's what I was trying to understand. So right now, most of those houses that you're talking about that are around the area, they haven't closed yet. So they would just go to the developer, I take it, because you can't do it until the roll number is established, which is on when the transaction is completed, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that is correct.
So the developer would get an awful lot of notices, I guess. That's what we're saying.
Presumably, through you, Mr. Mayor, I do believe that the applicant is also on standby. If any questions that arises, he perhaps can answer them.
Well, that'd be great, because I'd like to know, because I'm just trying to get clarification on how the notifications work. And I thought I had it pretty good, but if you're telling me even if I'm going to purchase the house, have a down payment, it's already a roll number, I don't think so. So I'll find that out. Thank you. Thanks very much.
All right then, anybody else? Councillor Grant.
Thank you. Just quickly, is markets have changed a common planning comment that's made? We've all seen it. Markets are always changing. We've seen communities change over from older people to younger families. Things are always in flux. And to say that, well, the markets are different from what they were 3 years ago, seems like a rather hollow justification for changing something. Is this common?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. The comment regarding the change in the market is the applicant's justification for why they've made the change. And again, perhaps they would provide or could provide you with better insight as they are on the line and could perhaps respond to that question better. And then staff would be able to take away any further review and consideration on that.
Certainly. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Kate? Councillor Palmer.
Just a quick comment on my colleagues' comments on the live work. I find that we do have live work units in Ward 7 that actually work quite well in the preserve area. So, you know, I think I would like some more justification there too. And then I really do want to hear from the applicant on the parking, because I'm just trying to picture the visitor parking on the unit, and I'm thinking, is that going to take up other space like the backyard? So I'd like to see, I guess, some more plans and ideas and just to confirm, there's no on-street parking visitor spots. It's all going to be on the units itself.
Well, Councillor, what the staff said was that all the required visitor parking is on the property, and there is, in addition to that, 126 spots on the street that people could use. So I heard it as extra.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, if it would help council, I have a document here. It was not included in the presentation material, but if there's a way that I can show the document, which is the parking plan that the applicant has submitted, perhaps it will provide some more clarity and may assist the applicant as well on the line. I'm not sure what kind of technical access they have to.
It should have been included in the report because it's a huge issue in this area and across the town. So if you want to show it now, that's fine. If you can't get it up, that's totally fine. We can take it offline as well.
Perhaps my friends in the back can help me. Oh, there it is. Okay. Let me see if I can get this centered. Is that visible for everybody? No, not really. Can we zoom in? Is there a way to zoom in? Yeah. So in the meantime, what this plan is showing is provided by the applicant is the different housing types. So the detached houses are provided in yellow, the townhouse units are in red, orange, and the live-work components are in red. And if I wish we could zoom in a little bit further, but what you can see within the townhouse units is that there's approximately there would be 2 parking spaces provided for the majority of the townhouse units. And with the detached units, there can be upwards, there's 3 or even 5 parking spaces provided on the property. So that's in conjunction with a garage as well as a surface spot on the driveway portion. The way that these particular ones have been designed, the applicant has provided for, again, additional parking, call it visitor parking if you will, to be accommodated on the actual property. So I wish I could provide this in more detail for you. We can definitely provide it at the subsequent report and meeting so that it is more clear. And again, perhaps the applicant can elaborate.
Great, thank you.
All right, so it's 2 councillors with questions for the applicant. Can we thank Kate for her work and move on to the applicant? Everybody's in agreement? Looks like everybody's in agreement. Do we have the applicant on the line?
Yes, we have Julian Pompeo and Kevin Singh from Argo Development.
Welcome, gentlemen. I think I'll turn to Councillor Grant, and then we'll go back to Councillor Palmer. Councillor Grant, do you want to quiz the gentleman about your concern?
I'm not really sure it's a quiz, more of a comment. The justification of reducing the amount of live-work spaces based on market changes. Again, markets change all the time. So how is it that we can say that things won't get better? I suppose would be the question.
Or even different, if not better. Gentlemen.
Well, yeah, different. Again, originally the problem that I saw was that we have communities constantly turning over. We have things changing, and there is still this plan that was developed that we had all held on to about having a nice corner store within a walkable distance. Reducing the number in that area bothers me.
Gentlemen, can you help the councillor?
Hi there. It's Kevin Singh here from Argo, representing the MGO landowners. Through you, Mr. Mayor, just to address the question about the live works and understanding the market demand. When we looked at the plan in 2017, at the time, we were under the impression that the live works were going to be in higher demand than they are today, and mainly because of the actual uses that we see are most common within the live work units. We had some experience in developing some of them throughout the GTA, and understand that although the permitted uses, they thrive for a certain amount of time, there's mitigating factors in terms of why they're not able to, or why not a lot of them are able to survive on a longer term basis. So we're actually looking at the possibility of rethinking how the live work unit functions in order to allow for, even though we're reducing from 20 to 4, the 4 we feel will be more equipped with where they're located in terms of the ability to survive, but the ability also to play off of the mixed use ground retail commercial that will be delivering on the west side of 6th Line as well. Couple that with the ability to have the on-street parking that we're proposing for on Marvin with a widened right-of-way, as well as the lay-by parking that the 6th Line redesign contemplates as well as the on-street parking on Millicent. We think that we're going to have the ability to have these live-work units thrive on a long-term basis. And I just wanted to also respond to Councillor Parmar's question about the on-street parking. So what we're also proposing, Councillor Parmar, is the rear lane singles, which also take the driveways off of Millicent Avenue. on the approved draft plan. That also allows us to get an increased amount of on-street parking as well in comparison to the approved draft plan. So that also helps. The other thing that we are able to do is with the rear lane singles, you're able to get more of a garage width within the singles. So for example, on a 38-foot home, you'd be able to accommodate a 3-car garage along with 2 surface parking, so 2 driveway spots for a combined 5 parking spaces, like on that laneway. So that's something we also looked at, was a contributing factor as to going to the rear lane. And again, it allows for more on-street parking, which supports the visitor parking and potentially the commercial uses along 6th Line and Marvin.
All right, any other questions, Council?
Yeah, just
Councillor Elder?
Just the one. Yeah, it was just the one regarding the mailing it within the 120 meters. I wonder if he can explain who he mails to if it absolutely has not closed yet, the property that's being purchased. Who does the mailing go to?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, we as an Argo are a developer. We are the home builder. We partner with various home builders to build out our communities. So in this instance, we have 4 builders that have purchasers. So I'll actually have to inquire with our builders to see how that's handled.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen from Argo, for your help tonight. Thank you, Council, for all your questions. Mr. Planning Director, do you have a report?
Through your worship, yes, 3 minor items. Detailed parking analysis / plan is to be provided in the recommendation report. Staff are to provide a market justification for the changes proposed and information on how notices are being sent out to potential purchasers will be in the recommendation report.
Thank you. Councillor Parmer, would you be good enough to move that? Thank you. Council, is there any objection to the recommendation? Madam Clerk, there's no objection. The resolution is passed. That brings us, so we have about 24 minutes, Council, and you have, I think, 2 more items, as well as rising and reporting and adopting the bylaws. Would you like to, would you consider passing a resolution to go to 11? Councillor Giddings, we only need a mover. Is there any objection to going to 11? There's no objection, Madam Clerk. All right, we may get through. The next item is the discussion item, the recommendation report for the 109 Reynolds Holdings matter. And if you're watching this and want to participate or speak on the item, please call 905-815-6095 so that we can connect you to the meeting and bring you in to speak at the appropriate time. If we give our attention now to Tricia Collingwood, our senior planner, she can summarize the file that we've all read so that the public viewing it can understand what we're talking about.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I had some last-minute changes and I needed our technical staff to help me out with the new file. The presentation provides, for 109 Reynolds, provides a recommendation report for the zoning bylaw amendment submitted by JRB 109 Reynolds Holdings. It can be found as item 7 on tonight's agenda. And if there's anyone watching the live stream of this meeting and would like to speak, they can call into 905-815-6093. Pardon? Did I? Oh, I said 3, didn't I? 6095. I apologize. The subject site is approximately 0.09 hectares and is located at the southeast corner of Reynolds Street and Church Street in downtown Oakville. The property has frontage of approximately 29 meters on Church Street and 32 meters on Reynolds Street. The property was previously the site of the Ward Funeral Home, and the building was demolished in 2018, and the site is currently vacant and secured with construction hoarding. The subject lands are identified on Schedule A1, the urban structure of the Livable Oakville Plan, as part of the growth area for downtown Oakville, and within walking distance to the waterfront and parks, community center, service, commercial, retail, restaurants, and various other daily services. The adjacent land uses include 1-, 2-, and 3-story commercial retail buildings, the 3-story town-owned parking garage, and a town-owned laneway to the eastern property boundary that provides vehicular access to a parking area for the adjacent buildings. Some quick key facts for this application. A public information was held by the applicant before they submitted, and it was held on June 26, 2019. The meeting was attended by 25 residents and business owners, as well as the Ward 3 councillors. The application was deemed complete on November 22nd, 2019. The statutory timeframe for planning approval expired on February 22nd. The public meeting was held on February 10th, and a site plan application was submitted and circulated on July 24th of this year. Through the approval of Official Plan Amendment 20, the Central Business District designation was replaced with mixed-use designations, including Main Street 2. The building height for the Main Street 2 land use designation is 4 to 6 stories, thereby increasing the maximum height on sites previously designated CBD from 4 stories to 6 stories. In addition, OPA 20 introduced bonusing permissions in certain locations within the Main Street 1 and Main Street 2 designations to allow for an additional 2 stories of building height. So for this site, a total of 8 stories is permitted. Bonusing is acceptable when there's a mutual exchange of benefits between the applicant and the town that is agreed upon only after review of the bonus height and units, and confirm that the increased height and units can be achieved without negative impacts, and that it still meets the intent of the OP and zoning regulations. Bonusing will not be permitted if it's considered an overbuild of the site or not good planning. Schedule Q2 was also introduced into the Livable Oakville Plan to enhance the application of the urban design policies for the area, the objectives, through the use of an urban design schedule, including primary streets, secondary streets, flexible streets, urban squares, and gateways. The subject zoning bylaw amendment has the effect of permitting a 6-story building with 18 units, as of right with the Main Street 2 use. The applicant is requesting to bonus an additional 2 stories on the site for a maximum of an 8-story building with 21 residential units, 29 parking spaces, and 42 bike parking spaces located in an underground garage. The ability to use bonusing provisions as provided in the Livable Oakville Plan is subject to Bill 108. However, at this time it's unclear when that actual change will take an effect. This application is in before us and can still utilize the bonusing permissions under the OPA or the official plan. The proposed amending bylaw modifies a few of the zoning regulations in the mixed-use parent zone to recognize the proposed design and is discussed later in this presentation. The subject application is considered to be an appropriate and compatible development within the downtown Oakville and does conform to the policies of the Main Street 2 designation. There is a range of uses and heights within this area of the downtown Oakville, from 1 to 12 stories. One of the questions at the public meeting that I received from council was to take a look at the variety or the range of heights And I've done that here on this slide. You can see, I didn't note the one-story buildings, but there are a range of heights within this area. The area will see investment, redevelopment, and transition in order to maximize the use of several underutilized sites that include surface parking lots and/or single and one and two-story heights in order to make use of the Main Street height permissions that were approved through Official Plan Amendment 20. The subject lands are currently zoned CBD, which is outlined in red in the top zoning schedule. It has a height limit of 4 stories, as I said. To implement the Main Street 2 policies of the OP, the lands are required to be rezoned from CBD to Mixed Use 2, which is the application before us. Doing so will increase the permitted height from 4 to 6 stories. The site-specific special provision will include permissions for the owner of the lands to enter into a bonusing agreement with the town for the additional 2 stories of height, with a maximum height limit of 8 stories. The bottom right is the Schedule A from the bylaw that's before you tonight. Bylaw 2020-043, included in the agenda tonight, has the following modifications. Some of the modifications we considered, but in the final draft of preparing the bylaw, we removed a few of the requests. So the first was to rezone the property from CBD to MU2, which I've spoken about. Also to permit bonusing to facilitate the maximum height on the site with the bonusing agreement to 8 stories. One of the modifications was to reduce the minimum length of a single parking space from 5.7 meters to 5.16. This was spoken about at the public meeting as well, with questions from council if this was appropriate, and this was a modification that staff did not include in the bylaw. Another one that was not included in the final bylaw is the elimination of the requirement to provide a 0.3 meter distance between a parking space and an adjacent fixed object. Staff did consider the parking garage to be tight and constrained and did not include that request in the bylaw as well. Bonusing provisions for the type of exchange that we could be looking at for the height, as well as a holding provision by the region to for servicing capacity. Bonusing in downtown Oakville, as spelled out in the Livable Oakville Plan, includes public parking, conservation and preservation of cultural heritage resources, community centers and/or facilities and improvements to such centers and/or facilities, the parkland and improvement to parks, integration of office uses in mixed-use developments, and public art. In addition, there is the option for the town to take cash in lieu of an item that is listed in the official plan. These are just ideas that are put forward for consideration. If cash was to be accepted, it's included, it's kept into an account that would be used just for that area. An additional item has been considered for the bonusing and was included in the bylaw, and that is to implement the downtown transportation and streetscape study. So there is an approved study from 2015, I believe it was. There is a streetscape that has been put forward for the downtown area. We are looking at that as being implementing this section between Reynolds from Lakeshore to Church as part of both sides of the street as part of the bonusing, and to be considered as the benefit, the public benefit. As I mentioned, the site plan application is in, and it is under review right now. In addition to implementing the Livable by Design bylaw, my Appendix B of the staff report includes urban design requirements. As we did have quite a few concerns about the design of the building and how it fit into the area, mostly with regards to the first floor. So there's concern about the transparency of the first floor and how it meets the street. Making sure that it has active ground floor frontages, that there's entrances, that there's activity, eyes on the street. There's not a lot of blank wall situations that we would have, looking at setback considerations for the pedestrian environment, so making sure that there's nothing protruding into the right-of-way or encroaching. And then also we were looking at, I did include here in my staff report an updated shadow study. I think the shadow study that has come in at this time has met our requirements. Also, the implementation of the downtown transportation streetscape study, as I mentioned. So we are concerned and working with the applicant, happily working with the applicant to ensure that the streetscaping that was planned or was proposed through the zoning bylaw application, which wasn't consistent with the downtown streetscape study, is moving in the direction of implementing the streetscape study as approved. Public comments submitted at the time of the public information meeting, and the public meeting included streetscaping again, including wider sidewalks and what that would look like, heights and densities permitted, as well as the comparisons to the surrounding context, which I showed on the other slide. Electrical vehicle parking spaces, the applicant is looking to fit each space within the parking garage with the roughed-in electrical. It would be up to the owner of the space to complete the fitting and make sure that it's ready for the vehicle to be charged. Ground level transparency, I just spoke about that. We are working with the applicant to flesh out those details and through the site plan process. The bonusing discussion timing was also something that came out. I can say that, there's no draft agreement at this time. However, we have talked about what the options are for bonusing. Like I mentioned, the streetscape, implementing the streetscape study. We've also had, we've started discussions with legal and realty services with regards to the appraisal for the site. So the discussions are underway and moving forward. Construction timing, connectivity, and servicing. So through the site plan application, a construction staging plan was submitted. Looking at timing with regards to the town's construction schedule will have to still be sorted out, but that is something we're going to do through the site plan application. And servicing is another issue with regards to the region. I know there was a question about the servicing study. The original servicing study that was submitted through the zoning bylaw application was not accepted by the region. It was rejected. A new firm produced another functional servicing study, which the region has generally approved in principle and is working with the applicant to sort out the servicing connectivity throughout the downtown. Definitions and dimensions of a small car parking space. So those were some questions. We do not have in our zoning bylaw a dimension or a definition for a small car parking space, and the reason the town decided to not include any modifications to the bylaw to sort of designate small car parking spaces is it starts to pick away at the integrity of our minimum dimensions for parking. The underground parking, the parking study for the underground parking did demonstrate that the site is tight, and so limiting the spaces and permitting obstructions into the spaces was only going to make matters worse, we felt, so we did not include those modifications. until the time we do have a definition and dimension for small car parking space, we decided to leave that out of this bylaw. Bicycle parking, with the zoning bylaw, that was, they were looking originally with the application, they were looking to get relief from the bicycle parking regulations. However, they have found a way to stack the bicycle parking. So they are not only meeting the parking standard, they are doubling it. And LEED certification was brought up, and they are, in response to that question at the public meeting, they are looking to apply for gold certification. That being said, in conclusion, the following recommendation is put forward in my staff report, that the proposed zoning bylaw amendment application submitted by JRB 109 Reynolds Holding Limited be approved. That bylaw 2020-043, an amendment to zoning bylaw 2014-14 be passed. That the notice of council's decision reflects that council has fully considered all of the written and oral submissions relating to these matters, and that those comments have been appropriately addressed. That in accordance with section 3417 of the Planning Act, no further notice is determined to be necessary, and that the site plan for the proposed development be designed in accordance with the urban design requirements laid out in Appendix B. Thank you.
Thank you very much for such a comprehensive tour through the file. Council, I guess it's time for a decision. Is there a motion to approve? Councillor Hazlitt-Thiel, thank you. Is there any objection to the motion? Madam Clerk, there's no objection, and the bylaw, the resolution is approved. Thank you, everybody. That brings us to item number 8, the Regional Official Plan Review, and we have a report, a presentation from Kirk Bigger, our senior planner, and this is an important opportunity for town councillors who don't participate at the region to understand what's afoot at the region. To summarize, the region is reviewing its official plan. We are reviewing ours in tandem. And you don't look like Kirk, but that's okay.
That's good.
And because of the increased centralization that's gone on in the last few years over planning, where some decisions that we had are now at the region, and some decisions that we in the region used to have are now more at Queen's Park. It's important for local council members to understand this bit. So Diane Childs has appeared in the place of Kirk Bigger, and I will turn to you, and you can lead us on from here.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. And Kirk will be joining you shortly. I'm here. Good evening, Mayor and members of council. I'm here to introduce item 8 on your agenda, which is found on page 191, which is staff's comments on the Regional Official Plan Review 5 regional discussion papers. Kirk is going to be here momentarily to provide that overview of our comments on the 5 papers. But before that, we actually have Kurt Benson on the line, coming at you from Niagara, to provide an overview of the 5 discussion papers, as in addition to an update on the Regional Official Plan Review. So Kurt Benson is going to go first.
All right, well, this is a rare occasion indeed, Council. Mr. Benson, welcome. We look forward to your wise words, or any others.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I trust I'm being heard okay. I'm just looking for some acknowledgement. Thank you very much. I do recognize that this is a late hour, and we do want to use this opportunity to really share information about our project. I'm pleased to be with you to do a bit of an overview on where we are with the regional OP update, and in particular the discussion papers. My staff and I will be providing presentations and updates to local municipal councils at key milestones throughout this project. We feel that it's important that local councils have a high degree of awareness of where the regional official plan review is and its implications to planning in Halton. You'll be seeing, obviously, reports from town staff providing commentary on key issues provided in these papers. There's one on the agenda tonight. And we want you to know that we work collaboratively with town staff and other municipal partners on this OP update to date. The success of this project depends on this collaborative relationship, and that this official plan reflects the plans and priorities of Halton's local municipalities. My apologies. So in large measure, the presentation that I'm going to deliver covers very similar content to the workshop that we delivered to Regional Council on July 8th. Trust me when I say I'm not here to provide a presentation that's 3.5 hours long. The material is up on the website. The video is posted under the July 8th agenda if you wanted to take a look at some of that material. I'm going to be as quickly as possible, but I do want to cover off some key aspects of our project. Next slide, please. So in terms of where we are with the project, there have been a large number of changes to the provincial planning framework in recent years. Since our last review, the Sustainable Halton Plan that resulted in ROPAs 37, 38, and 39. The growth plan went through some updates in 2017, 2019, and most recently, 2 weeks ago, Amendment 1, which changes the population and employment forecasts and extends the planning horizon to 2051. There have been changes to the Greenbelt Plan and the Niagara Escarpment Plan in 2017, as well as changes to the PPS in 2015 and 2020. All this to say is that we need to ensure that the regional OP is in alignment with the provincial plans and policies. And the discussion papers that we've released are a means to examine the whole range of issues and options that we have to achieve conformity with provincial plans and policies. So as we set out to undertake this update, it's very clear from the outset that Sustainable Halton does represent a strong platform from which to build. We're really relying on undertaking some surgical updates to affect conformity. Next slide, please. As you know, the planning framework in Ontario is very much a top-down framework. But what I want to underscore here, though, is that the region has a strong reliance on its local municipalities for perspectives on the full range of considerations. And we work very closely with town staff on all of the discussion papers and lead up to publishing them. Next slide, please. This slide outlines where we are in the process currently. Again, the discussion papers are a product of the research and analysis that we've done to date. The papers have been fashioned in a way to essentially show our work and to demonstrate to the province as the approval authority the full range of considerations that we've looked at under each theme. The papers released in mid-July form the basis of our engagement program, as engagement is a critical part of this project. So this slide identifies the three primary consultation windows. The current 75-day window is focused on the themes covered through the discussion papers. We are proposing to extend that commenting window and recognize that it's important that the feedback received on these papers are going to help us kind of color some of the growth options that we are going to be bringing forward to Regional Council in the near future. For example, it will be important to understand community perspectives on the importance of protecting the environment, protecting active farmland, protecting employment land for jobs, how we move people and goods through this region. These are fundamental in considering how and where we will grow to 2051. So we are currently developing 4 growth concepts with a target to get these in front of Regional Council no later than January of 2021. So following the release of that report, there will be a 100-day consultation window focused on the growth concepts, in which case I will, if invited, be back here to present a bit on those concepts and what they mean. The report that I mentioned on the growth concepts will not be framed as kind of pick one concept over another, but rather will frame a comprehensive evaluation of each of the concepts against the framework that Regional Council has endorsed. Once we receive feedback from the community on the concepts, we will then look to bring back what we would call the preferred growth concept and a policy directions report, and then a preparation of a ROPA to implement that growth concept would follow. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned at the outset, I'm going to cover very quickly the 5 themes of the discussion papers, emphasis on quickly. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to elaborate and follow up with any questions. The discussion paper on the regional urban structure was developed to get some initial input on a range of matters that could influence how elements of urban structure will be represented in the growth concepts. Next slide, please. This discussion paper deals largely with technical aspects that help shape where and how we grow. For example, confirming location and boundaries of strategic growth areas, based on local work defining urban structure. And the town is ahead of the game as its urban structure is very clearly defined in Official Plan Amendment 15. The current growth plan directs us to plan for specific population and employment projections that's growing to 1.1 million people and 500,000 jobs to 2051. So that's really the task that we have before us as part of this project. Next slide, please. As a part of some of the components of things that we're looking at for urban structure, and again, I'll emphasize that the town has done significant work here, and the region by no means is going to be, challenging or questioning that work. I think, we recognize that, things like strategic growth areas, strategic corridors, employment areas have been contemplated through local planning instruments that we have participated in and support here. The discussion paper on urban structure seeks to look at how growth concepts should be shaped relative to some of the elements that we have on this slide. Next slide, please. And again, I have mentioned before, but I don't want to understate this, is local municipalities play an important role in this review. While the provincial planning framework is very much top-down, our review recognizes the importance of locally defined intensification strategies. These need to work in line with local community expectations and cannot be driven exclusively by the region. And we want to recognize that the town has done significant work in defining urban structure, and this will be a very important input to our overall project. Next slide, please. So again, just showing a general depiction of the relationship of elements of urban structure. Through the discussion paper, we are seeking feedback on the identification of SGAs, their boundaries, and their growth potential. And important to recognize in large measure the link between growth, urban structure, and mobility, in particular public investment in transit. Next slide, please. An important element as a part of the urban structure is the urban growth centers. Obviously, these are focal points for future growth. Midtown Oakville is the urban growth center in Oakville, and that the OP update process is the appropriate vehicle to contemplate any changes if those were desired by communities. I only mention it because the community to the west of Oakville is looking at some modification to its urban growth center. Next slide, please. The discussion paper also looks at a common methodology for defining major transit station area boundaries. These are growth areas that will receive growth in and around major transit station areas. We're interested in municipal perspectives and community perspectives on the methodology in terms of how we define those areas where we want to grow or focus growth in and around transit station areas. And so there are several proposed MTSA boundaries in the discussion papers as a result that we are going out and engaging the community on. Next slide, please. Again, looking at the hierarchy of some of the prospective elements of regional urban structure, with the UGCs being the preeminent area for we will need to engage to ensure that the density targets that we're contemplating for these areas are the right fit with the local vision for intensification and urban structure. Next slide, please. The two MTSA boundaries that we are looking at defining in tandem with the town are related to the Midtown Oakville GO station, which is the UGC, as well as the Bronte GO station MTSA. And again, expecting that we will get feedback from towns on the appropriateness of those boundaries consistent with the work that's been done already. Next slide, please. There's an opportunity to explore which major corridors also can be appropriate for growth and intensification. The region, through its mobility management strategy, has identified key corridors that are regional roads that can serve as important priority transit corridors for the movement of people and goods, as well as areas where we might want to look to intensify land uses. We are seeking feedback on whether there are specific corridors or nodes in our municipalities that are important for identifying future growth. And I will note that in the town's case, these are very well defined through the work that the town has done on the urban structure. Next slide, please. Another important element of urban structure is really protecting what's important with respect to employment and economic development. The regional official plan has some very strong foundational policies to protect employment lands for a full range of economic uses, recognizing that some uses need to be sufficiently buffered from more sensitive land uses. So as a part of this project, we are looking at the appropriateness of the identification of employment areas for protection. We have heard from our local municipal partners that there are some strategic opportunities for looking at conversions that help foster investment in strategic growth. That's certainly something that we're interested in hearing more from our local partners and community stakeholders and the like. Next slide, please. And just to give some information on possible conversions, we've heard from all of our municipal partners in total, probably about 1,000 hectares of possible land to convert to allow for the introduction of residential and other uses to promote mixed use opportunities. We want to take a very careful and thoughtful approach on conversions. We want to make sure that we are limiting those to areas of really strategic importance, and that we're making sure that there are no compatibility issues that are generated as a result of conversion requests. So certainly looking for targeted feedback from our local municipal partners on the appropriateness of the range of conversions that are on the table. The discussion paper that we've developed together with our municipalities had set out some initial key principles to help us guide decision making when it comes to ensuring that we are maintaining a critical supply of employment land, and we are identifying those areas that perhaps can benefit from the strategic insertion of mixed-use development and residential development where it makes sense. The discussion paper does explore all of these considerations. Next slide, please. One of the settlement area boundaries are really important instrument for us to help define the limits of growth in our region. When we're starting to think about or talk about the 4 growth concepts that we're going to be developing and releasing for public engagement, 3 out of the 4 contemplate an urban boundary expansion of some size and description. We're getting down to the details of exploring what that means. The one concept that we're looking at, what we're trying to do is we're trying to fit all of our growth needs within the existing settlement area boundary. boundary. The regional OP, as highlighted in the discussion paper, has some very clear criteria for expansion. Really needing to minimize the impact or removal of prime agricultural areas. We have to protect the natural heritage system and source water. We have to demonstrate cost effectiveness and making sure that public services and infrastructure is being maximized to its fullest potential. So the discussion paper is asking whether there should be any additional considerations to help inform decision making relative to defining urban land needs. We are in a regime right now, provincial regime that lays out very specific guidance in calculating land needs, and we'll want to make sure that we're covering or soliciting local feedback from our local partners and community stakeholders around what works for Halton. Next slide, please. And just really quickly, there's a couple of changes that we're looking at for the rural and agricultural system. Next slide, please. I'm going to just advance these slides pretty quickly. Mapping and making sure that we have the right designations of what's prime agricultural land and important for the maximum amount of protection versus what could be rural. The province has released some mapping that is directive in terms of suggesting municipalities need to implement mapping generated by the province. The provincial policy statement has allowed for some additional flexibility with respect to allowing for a greater range of land uses on agricultural land, helping farms diversify to increase their potential for economic vitality. These are all some of the policy changes that are highlighted in our discussion paper, where we're asking questions about, what is the right approach for the Halton context. So I'm going to ask if we can just skip the next few slides and go right to the natural heritage system, please. Thank you. Next slide, please. One of the discussion papers focuses exclusively on the natural heritage system in Halton. We have come a long way from the early 1980s in protecting our natural heritage system, and what we really want to do through this OP update is build on the strong framework for protection that we've put in place through ROPA 38. Next slide, please. Some of the key changes that we're looking at are really driven by the PPS and provincial plans. We need to strengthen our water resource system and source water protection policies in our official plan. We are looking at increasing certainty from the perspective of enhancing buffers and vegetation protection zones in order to preserve the ecological features and functions of the broader system over time. Natural hazards are also an important component when you talk about climate change and flood risk. It's important that our plan reflects the latest in terms of standards and protection of people and property from natural hazards as well. Next slide, please. So there are some mapping refinements that we're proposing to do to the NHS. These are largely driven by data updates that we have. There's been a whole series of studies that we've done and the development community has done to refine the NHS. We want to make sure that those refinements are built into our mapping and that our mapping accurately reflects what's actually on the ground to be preserved for protection. So the discussion paper does cover a whole series of updates that we are proposing as a part of the official plan update. Next slide, please. Again, some of the proposed updates in the Oakville context. Actually, the next slide does provide a better map that does show a whole series of proposed additions where a particular feature meets criteria for being added to the NHS, and a slide that indicates proposed deletions where we know through one of those avenues that the not accurately represented currently. Next slide, please. Another important component of our official plan update is a climate change lens. Next slide, please. Recognizing that transportation and building emissions account for a significant amount of greenhouse gas emissions in Alton. So I think the discussion paper really explores what can we be doing as a part of a land use planning system to address greenhouse gas emissions, but also look at adaptation as well. Next slide, please. And the drivers for looking at this, obviously the provincial policy statement has directed municipalities to do this, but also regional council's business plan and regional council's climate change emergency declaration have certainly elevated the importance of us to explore how our planning regime can be enhanced to take action on climate change. Next slide, please. And this slide really quickly covers the whole range of policy areas that we'd be looking at in applying a climate change lens. Next slide, please. And actually, if you can advance, I'm not going to go into the North Aldershot review. It's more for our Burlington folks, but we are looking at updating that. And just in conclusion, just wanted to flag for Town Council, the discussion papers are live. They're on our website. We're not at a point where we're making decisions. I think we're still very much in the exploratory stage of the official plan review. We want to hear from the broadest range of the community as possible. We're currently engaging with members of the public, stakeholders, partner agencies. We hosted our first public information center on the climate change discussion paper last week. We have two PICs scheduled for this week, North Aldershot tomorrow night, and we have the urban structure PIC for Thursday. All of the information on our engagement events are highlighted on our website at halton.ca/RLPR. Next slide, please. So just a highlight of what is happening, and I do want to thank you for your time tonight. I really appreciate you giving me this opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Benson. Council, it's 8 minutes till our quitting time. Do you want to stay a few minutes more to finish the item with that we've just begun with Mr. Benson and Councillor Duddock? I need to waive, if that's what you want to do, I need to waive the procedure bylaw and then pass a motion to proceed. Let's pick 11:30. Councillor Duddock has moved to waive the procedure bylaw. Does anyone object? Madam Clerk, there's 2 objections. The motion carries. Councillor Duddock, are you also moving that we extend to 11:30? Thank you. Any objection to the extension? Madam Clerk, there's no objection. That carries. Thank you, everybody. Now, I believe that we still have Mr. Benson on the line. Are there any questions for Mr. Benson? As you know, in your agenda tonight, you have an extensive report from page 191 to 206 on the matters covered by Mr. Benson, and you have the town staff responses to the region's questions on pages 207 to 228. So first, let me ask questions for Mr. Benson, and if there aren't any, we'll turn to Mr. Bigger. We're turning to Mr. Bigger. Oh, Councillor, we do have questions for Mr. Benson. Councillor Haslett-Thiel, and then Councillor Elgar. Please unmute yourself, Councillor.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you well now.
Okay. So thank you for coming out and giving us that quick but thorough overview. I have a couple questions in regards to employment and how the regional official plan impacts the town's official plan around employment land use. And my concern, and lots of residents' concerns, are what you raised, which is being sufficiently buffered. And what I've discovered recently is that we don't seem to have definitions around scale and intensity in our zoning as it relates to different employment uses. And that really plays a key role in how do you sufficiently buffer. And there's a phrase on page 217 that talks about, examples of alternative mitigation strategy where distance is not sufficient, or zoning has not created impacts not intended. Could you give us examples of just how this process will help address some of those concerns? I know that Mayor Burton and Councillor Giddings had raised questions around how this might be addressed, but at a local level, how does a resident and how does the town get at solving this? Because it has a generational impact going forward.
Yeah, thank you for the question. And, this, and perhaps in my effort to get through the material quickly, recognizing that council's had a long evening, I haven't comprehensively covered off everything in the discussion paper. The issue that you raised specifically around intensity of land uses is one that's covered in the discussion paper, is one that we need to explore a little further. In planning for land use compatibility in Ontario, we're under a pretty old model referred to as the D6 guidelines for assessing compatibility, where the first measure for addressing compatibility is avoidance of the issue or separating land uses. And I think in the context of a quickly growing, intensifying community, you don't have the luxury of the space of land in between those uses anymore. So you have to look at things like land use intensity. You have to look at things like activities that are specific to the industrial land use and the nature of emissions and that sort of thing. So as a part of the discussion paper, we are posing some of those types of questions and engaging the public on. We're going to explore together with some of our colleagues at other upper tier municipalities across southern Ontario, what are some of the practices that they're employing in these circumstances as well. So it's very much a live issue. It's one that we're keyed into, and it's one that council has made sure that is going to be covered through this process.
Thank you for that.
Yes, I'd just like to supplement that because we have a two-tier official plan, as I like to describe it, in order to get a policy into our official plan to inform our zoning, we need mother policies in the region's official plan. And so it's very good that the regional staff is considering this a live issue and working so hard to help us solve it. So thank you for that answer. Councillor Elgar.
Thank you. Mayor Burton, I've read the report from 191 to 228, and we are just receiving the report. So I was going to say I would like to move receipt of the report unless there's any objection.
Well, I thank you for that. And the motion also considers distribution to the region and our partners. Thank you for that. Do you have any questions about the material that Mr. Bigger is here for? It is a quite comprehensive report, Mr. Bigger. Thank you very much for being here.
My pleasure, Mayor Burton.
All right. Is there any objection to the motion? Madam Clerk, there is no objection to the motion, and the motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Elgar. We need a motion to rise and report, and Councillor Duddick has beat everybody to the punch. Any objection to the motion? Madam Clerk, there is no objection. Before I proceed, I forgot my manners. Mr. Benson, thank you very much for your time, too. It was great having you here. There being no objection to the motion to rise and report, it carries. I rise and report the Committee of the Whole has met and made recommendations on consent items 1 and 2, confidential consent items C1, public hearing items 3, 4, 5, and 6, discussion items 7, 8, 9, and 10, and advisory committee minutes, items 11, as noted by the clerk. We need now a mover and seconder to adopt the report. Councillor Knoll and Councillor Chisholm, thank you. Is there any objection to adopting the report? Madam Clerk, there is no objection. The report is adopted. Council, any new business of an emergency, congratulatory, or condolence nature? Given the hour, I'm not surprised. Thank you. How about a mover and seconder for consideration and reading of the bylaws? Councillor Lischina, Councillor Grant, thank you. Any objection to the motion? There's no objection, and so the consideration and reading of the bylaws is passed. And that completes the work that we had to do, and at the stroke of 11, so thank you very much for that extension that we didn't need. Thank you very much for your time and attention and your many good questions. It's been terrific working with you, and we are adjourned.